Yes or no?
59.
We go with this too.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Oh, holy hell. That was a game we just watched. And I'm not talking about the J-Lab Birmingham Bowl between Georgia Southern and App State. Jacob, what was the final of that one, 29-10?
Sure, Derek, sure.
We were watching. It was thrilling. And it must be played during the day here at KNBR. I'm not talking about that game. I'm talking about the 49ers 42-38 win over the Chicago Bears. They're playing for the F1 seed in the NFC, guys. This is crazy. We'll talk about it all day long as Derek Papa, that's me, is filling in for Adam Copeland and Tim Webb. It's me and Jacob Violante and Carlos Ramirez, hopefully at some point when he wants to connect with us to talk about last night's victory on Dirty Work. Today we'll be joined by Matt Maiocco at 4:50 and Larry Krueger before he does Little Niners Nightly at 5:30. But I couldn't think of anybody better to be on the ones and twos with me today than my man, Jacob, the Violante. Or what do they call you? Your name is Violante, the Vigilante, whatever the hell, Lice Boy.
They call me a lot of things here, Derek.
Yeah,
some good, some bad.
I know. But Jacob and I have been working together for a long time, so we'll get through this until Carlos jumps on. So last night's game, wow. I mean, the 49ers are, let's just be honest, proving me wrong in what I've been talking about with Copes, where I thought that maybe the bigger teams, the better teams would be too much for them. And this offense has just turned it on. It's unbelievable what they're doing right now. I think that they're better than what they were in 2023, and that offense was electric with Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel. But what they're doing right now with Christian McCaffrey and company, Jake Tonjes filling in for George Kittle last night, Austin Pleasant's filling in for Trent Williams. This is incredible what they're doing. So, yeah, from everything that's been going on with them, from their injuries with Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, to even this offseason when it was considered a salary cap dump or a competitive rebuild, whatever you want to call it, to now be playing for the number one seed, it's incredible. At the same time, we will acknowledge today, is this sustainable with their defense right now? Because when these 49er games right now are kind of like NFL blitz. I score, you score. And I think the defense had its moments last night, but let's be honest, I think it was that the Bears ran out of time more than the 49ers defense making a play. But we'll talk about it today as the host of 49ers Pre and Post on NBC Sports Bay Area with Broad Books, and Matt Maiocco joins me right now. Carlos Ramirez. Carlos, how's it going, my friend?
What's up, brother? Happy Monday, Victory Monday.
Yep.
I'm still exhausted from the game.
I bet.
Was sweating. I was running all over. I was sweating, moving around. I just posted a clip on my Instagram account at Toma Papa, Tomapapa. It was a game, Derek, that I just make this point on 49ers Now, or streaming show on NBC Sports Bay Area, that last night's game, and I hear you on the defense. I want to begin with the good. There's so much good from last night's game. So many good things happened. First thing in my mind was, Derek, last night's game, I think, elevated Brock Purdy's status and stock nationally because it was the only game on and everyone was locked in. Because it was Chicago and San Francisco, two huge, gigantic NFL franchises. Because he lost Trent Williams in the first play of the game, and he threw a pick six. Because he had no George Kittle, no Deebo, no Brandon Ayuk, they're gone. Because he relied on a nameless, for the outside world, tight end, because we know who Jake Tonjes is. We had no idea who this dude was before this season. Because of the way he did it, the scrambling, the creativity, because of what he did, Derek, today, Brock Purdy, I've heard national pundits, former players, say stuff like, it's like watching Drew Brees. This guy can win a Super Bowl. Now I believe he went from the passenger to the driver. He is elevating, not elevated. Last night's game, Derek, elevated Brock Purdy's status in NFL rankings and stardom. This dude is unfreaking real.
I mean, it's nothing new to you or me or anybody in the Bay Area because we've been seeing this for the last 4 years now with Brock Purdy as a starter. We were talking about it last show you and I did last Wednesday on Christmas Eve, where we think right now he's the second-best quarterback in the NFC. But, yeah, years ago when this guy started, it was, well, it's the Kyle Shanahan system. It's like even Dan Orlovsky, I remember on ESPN at one point saying, yeah, but if Mac Jones was playing, it'd be the same thing. And we saw that this season. But I think it's crazy for us to look back on earlier this year to be like, is Mac Jones better than Brock Purdy? It's a different deal. Mac Jones served his purpose. He was a fantastic backup quarterback. But to me, he's in the same vein, and I'm not comparing Brock Purdy to Steve Young. What I'm saying is Mac Jones was, at one point, Steve Bono or Elvis Gerback. He served his purpose during a very good Niners season, and right now Brock Purdy is elevating their play. No, dude, last night was incredible, and you saw Chris Collinsworth, if you watched the TV broadcast, talk about like that play he had, the schoolyard play, where he turns to his left. It's a play-action fake. It's like a spider two-wide banana on the left side. And Kyle Juszczyk is running with him. And do I run? Do I throw? Do I, kind of do a okey-doke with the defense where Tremaine Edmonds and the other guy is just kind of waiting for me? Or do I throw at the last second? And he did. It was an amazing play. And even Chris Collinsworth in his voice is just like, if that's Patrick Mahomes, I'm making a big deal out of it. And that's the case. We're seeing this guy in a different way right now, where Brock Purdy is playing like an MVP. In my opinion, I don't know if you heard me before, Carlos, I think this offense is playing at a higher level than it was in 2023 because it has to. And that team had Deebo Samuel and had Brandon Ayuk, but right now, because of the defense, and we'll get to it later, I want to focus on the positives, Kyle Shanahan has to go into his bag because they have to outscore everybody 42-38.
But that's a great point. However, the fact that you have to do something doesn't mean you do something. You know what I'm saying?
Not really, but go ahead.
I mean, they know they have to, but they still have to go and execute. I mean, the Bears know the exact same thing. Their defense, even though leads the NFL in takeaways, they know they have to outscore everyone. And last night they couldn't. So Brock has to play at such a perfection type level. Even when he makes a mistake, and I think it's on him and Jennings and Johnson making a great play on the ball, and it's not an egregious Brock throw. I think it's more on the defense, on the Bears doing a remarkable play to begin the game. But the fact that you have to do something, quote unquote have, doesn't mean you do it, because you still have to go and they know they have to do it. Go out and do it, and they're doing it, Derek. And again, they lost Trent Will. The run game. Yeah. This is the unsung hero of last night's game. For how the entirety of the season, we've said, what's wrong with the run game? What's happening with the run game? It's not the same offense. McCaffrey can bust one open. What's wrong with this run offense? It's all pass reliant. Guess what? They lose Trent. No George. They had perhaps the best rushing game of the season. McCaffrey broke 140 yesterday. Their longest rushing play of the season. Their longest one since week 6, 2024, last season, when Garendo had a 76-yard running play. So it's one thing to know or think, we have to do it, but then you have to go and actually do the thing that you need to do. And they've done this week after week after week, and it gets better by the week.
No, it does. And I think that it's a testament to Brock Purdy last night, where the first play from scrimmage, he throws a pick 6 to TJ Edwards, and he bounced back right away. And the 49ers went on to score on, I believe, 6 of 8 drives after that. It was a repeat of last week. They just went down the field, and it wasn't anything like explosive. Like, as you just mentioned, Carlos, the 43-yard run by McCaffrey, best run of the season. But they're not going down the field with huge plays as far as like a 50-yard bomb. They're dinking and dunking. They're finding a way to execute against the defense. They're finding flaws in the linebackers, the secondary. And it's a testament to Kyle Shanahan in the way that Brock Purdy's playing right now. And also, you look across the other field, and you see Caleb Williams, and he had a great game last night. And he was taking what the defense gave him. But to me, Brock Purdy was that more impressive than Caleb Williams. Because there were times where Caleb Williams could easily won the game for him last night on that final drive. He has Devin Duvernay wide open when he's running back on a blitz. And if that's a better pass, I think Devin Duvernay's fast enough to catch that ball and go score. But Brock Purdy was so precise, as he was a week ago, I should say, against the Colts, where he was just on point. And this goes back to something Kyle Shanahan said to me and Copes, and think to the media as well, when comparing Phillip Rivers to younger quarterbacks, where it's not so much your athletic ability, it's how you read a defense sometimes and how you find open guys. And that's what made Phillip Rivers so great that game against the 49ers last week. But what Kyle Shanahan looks for in a quarterback when he evaluates them coming out of the draft is what they do on third down. And I think the biggest play last night was the 3rd and 6 to Jake Tonjes on the drive where they got the Juwan Jennings touchdown. Because if they don't convert that, I don't think Kyle's that aggressive where he goes for it. I think they're on their own field at that point, so they were going to have to punt the ball there. But it was a play where Brock Purdy eludes a sack and then throws it, and Jake Tonjes has to dive forward to get the first down. So that just shows you how well Brock Purdy's playing right now. So I'm with you, Carlos. I think last night showed you that Brock Purdy is on a different level. He is in the top 10 conversation when it comes to quarterback. And I think it cements the fact, what you and I were talking about last Wednesday, that he's the second best quarterback in the NFC right now. And I know that maybe other teams are more balanced. Maybe the Rams, we'll see him later tonight. They're a more balanced team. Maybe the Rams, the Seahawks. But right now, and we'll see it this weekend, when the 49ers take on the Seahawks for the first seed in the NFC, I'm taking Brock Purdy and his composure way more than Sam Darnold.
I couldn't agree more. You mentioned a key stat for me when evaluating both offenses, head coaching play, and quarterback execution. That's third down efficiency.
Mm-hmm.
Last 3 games, 49ers against Tennessee, 9 for 15. Following week against the Colts, 7 for 10. This week against Chicago, 7 for 11, against the Colts. This week, even better, 7 for 10. These dudes, Derek, are just basically every game the past 3 weeks are a 70% efficiency on third down. And it doesn't matter. It could be 31 or 3rd and 15. They're going to get it. And I'm at a point with Brock now that I think going back, it's giving me 2023 vibes, but even better because of who he's throwing the football to. Because it was easy to say in 23, well, sure, he's going to throw it up there, and someone will catch it, either McCaffrey or Juszczyk or Kittle or Debo or Ayuk. That's not the case this year. I mean, McCaffrey's there, and that's pretty much it. Because Kittle, last night he wasn't there.
Yeah.
Juszczyk was, and I'm not dissing Juwan Jennings. He's great, but I think we can all agree peak Debo and Ayuk is better than peak Juwan Jennings. We can have that debate.
Yeah.
But still, there's no Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson or Stephon Diggs or Devontae Adams or Cooper Kupp or Puka Nacua or Jackson Smith and Jigba out there now for the 49ers. So, and my point is, I'm at a stage with Brock now, Derek, and I want your take on this.
Yeah.
I expect every pass he throws will be to either someone who's insanely open or he'll just catch the football. That's the level of trust in what he's seeing that I have on Brock's execution. Do you feel the same thing?
Yeah, he's just so efficient right now, and he's seeing the field better than most quarterbacks. That's what sets him apart from other QBs. Yes, there are way more talented QBs. I've said it on these airwaves that I think that at one point this season I said he's not a top 10 quarterback because he's just not gifted. He's not gifted physically, and that's why he was the seventh round pick and Mr. Irrelevant. But the way he just processes things, he's like another coach out there. Mm-hmm. That's why Kyle trusts him so damn much because, yes, he played with Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo. And you can make the argument that maybe those guys are more physically gifted than what Brock Purdy has. But honestly, last night, watching him move around, his mobility sets him apart from other quarterbacks right now, where Stafford's a little statuesque. Name some other guys in the NFC right now. Jared Goff, watching him Christmas Day, he freaked out over and over again, just turning the ball over constantly.
Jordan Love's hurt.
Yeah, exactly. So
Jalen Hurts won a game last night, Derek, without completing a pass in the second half.
Yeah. And listen, right now, I think the Eagles, they're kind of showing you that maybe they don't need to win with a lot of offense, but the 49ers are showing you that they don't need to win with defense. But I don't know if either are sustainable right now. We'll talk about that more. But as far as Brock Purdy, they used him like Lamar Jackson last night with pull option reads, rushing for 2 touchdowns. So he's playing on another level. And I do wonder if him sitting down for however many weeks it was, 6 or 7 weeks, just watching and processing things and seeing the way that the offense is run with Mac Jones, maybe that benefited him so much. And maybe I'm just being naive. Maybe, all the hard work that went into the off seasons, helping him play like this right now and being over the toe injury. But the fact that he's playing this well, and we thought that he was never going to be 100% this season, says a lot. So, yes, Brock Purdy is playing amazing right now. Christian McCaffrey looks like his 2023 self, and maybe we'll see him get 1,000. But it's incredible to me, given all the injuries that they've sustained this season. They're playing for home field advantage this Saturday night at 8 o'clock against, 5 o'clock, 8 o'clock Eastern. I was, paying attention to everyone was saying last night on the broadcast. But as far as, the matchup this weekend against the Seahawks, this is unbelievable that they're in this position right now, Carlos.
Yeah, unreal. I think that Kyle Shanahan should be the coach of the year, no matter what happens on Saturday. I think winning the number 1 seed would cement that even further. I think Christian McCaffrey should win both a comeback player of the year and offensive player of the year. I don't think the 1,000 will happen just because he's 110 yards away receiving, I should say, from getting to the 1,000 receiving mark. He's at 890 right now, 890. So he would have to become pretty much George. It would have to be a throwing bonanza against a very good Seahawks defense for him to do it. I'm never going to put anything past either Shanahan or McCaffrey. I just don't think it'll happen.
Right.
And I want to be wrong because he would become the first player ever to do it twice and with 2 different teams because he did it back in the day with the Panthers. So
yep.
I don't put it past him. I think it's going to be tough. It's incredible, man. It's watching the offense flow. And I was really not scared, but worried when they lost Trent. And we can talk about that later and what it means. I don't think he'll be back. And this is not information, just my opinion. Because it's a short week, because it's a soft tissue injury on a hamstring, I doubt he will be back on Saturday. That just made the bye week much more important than it is. So you can avoid another game, rest Trent, recover Fred, because now the NFC Championship is very much in play for him to come back this season, which sounds it sounds like ridiculous that he fractured and dislocated his ankle on week 6, and he might be able to come back and play on the NFC Championship game if it does happen. But I'm with you. I'm with you on everything. Same with the concerns on the defense, and we can address that later.
Yeah.
But and what about we've got 4 hours of show. We have plenty to dissect, but so many narratives and lines and players and plays that happen on an instant Sunday Night Football classic, Derek.
No, 100%. And it was the game of the week, no doubt about it, in Week 17. Maybe the game of the year, maybe up there with Rams and Seahawks from last week. We'll talk about it more, and it's all setting up for Saturday Night Football, I should say, on ESPN, ABC. Joe Buck and Troy Aikman on the call for Seahawks and 49ers. But before we start previewing that matchup, let's focus on last night. I want to hear from you guys. I know you're out and about, and it's, kind of a weird time right now, right? We're still on Christmas break. It's New Year's Eve right before it, so people are doing things. But if you're watching that 49er game last night, I want you to call in. If you were at the game last night, I want you to call in. 415-808-5627. That's 415-808-KNBR. And I just want to know what the feeling was last night. Did it feel like a playoff game? Do you, with the ebbs and flows of the season, where were you at the beginning of the season? Where are you at now where they're one game away from, getting the number 1 seed of the NFC? Do you have expectations now? Is it Super Bowl a bust? Or when you watch the defense, are you like, I don't know how long this is going to last, so I'm just along for the ride right now? Me and Carlos talking about it up until 6. Matt Maiocco going to join us at 4:50. Larry Kruger at 5:30. It's Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Niner fans, your team took care of business yesterday, 42-38 against the Chicago Bears, setting up a dance with Seattle. First round bye on the line, number 1 seed in the NFC. Niners getting it done. Brock Purdy, five touchdowns. Count them up, 5 again, back-to-back weeks. Let's go Niners on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Purdy drops back. Purdy steps up. Purdy throws middle. There's Jennings. He's got it. Inside the 20, the 10. He's gone. Touchdown. 49ers back in front. 4 seconds left. 4-point lead. Ball at the 2-yard line for the Bears. No timeouts left. Here's the snap. Williams looking left. Williams looking right. Williams U-turns. Gets away from Huff. Still looking. Backpedaling. Throws. And it is incomplete. The ball game is over. And the 49ers have won it. They come spilling onto the field. What an effort. What an effort by this 49ers defense. It is raucous here at Levi Stadium. And the 49ers are one game away from the 1 seed in the NFC.
Damn. That music synced up perfectly with what was going on right there.
Wow.
Dirty Work, Derek Papa, Carlos Ramirez. We're talking about the 49ers 42-38 victory all day long until 6 o'clock. And then Larry Kruger will have Niners Nightly with you. And Larry's actually going to join us at 5:30 before he hops on the mic. And I got to give props to my man, Guy Haberman. An incredible call. And can we just play the part of Juwan Jennings' touchdown right there? His elongated, hitting the high note of, he's gone! I just want to hear that one more time. Just one more time, Jake, if we could play that. That was incredible.
Purdy drops back. Purdy steps up. Purdy throws middle. There's Jennings. He's got it. Inside the 20, the 10. He's gone! Touchdown! 49ers!
Oh, man, that's incredible. And, of course, thanks to Guy Haberman for filling in yesterday. We all were anticipating my pops to return on the call, and unfortunately still feeling a little of, everything with, dealing with his illness. So hopefully he will be back on the mic, but as I've always said, my priorities are that he gets healthy. So hopefully that happens, but I just want my father to be healthy, and he will have his time when he's back on the mic. But I think Guy Haberman did a fantastic job yesterday. So just reacting to the game, 42-38, Carlos, and the fact that they did this without Trent Williams or George Kittle last night adds to the storylines of them just finding a way to win without their mainstays, their big players this season.
It does. I second everything you said about a guy. What a tremendous call. I can imagine the vibes and the energy inside the booth. Part of me, when I was watching the game, and I had your dad on my mind, in my heart, every single snap. And I'm going to be real honest. I'm always honest, but
yeah.
After I saw the pick six, my first reaction was, God, I'm so happy Pop's not in the booth right now, because of his first ever call back from this with the 49ers on off is a pick six.
I was thinking the same thing. He would have been like, you got to be kidding me.
He would have lost it. He would have lost it.
The whole season I'm gone. The first play is a pick six to TJ Edwards. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, he would have said the exact same thing. So listen, I was thinking so much about your dad. I'm like, oh, you know what? Maybe it's not a bad thing that Pop missed this one, because if his first call back is a pick six, he would have lost it.
Yeah, but the game became an all-time classic, and I'm sure it's tough.
Yeah.
And you know what? I get it. My dad's a broadcaster, but there are more important things than broadcasting right now, so I just want him to be healthy.
No, for sure. And then the other thing is, because I don't know if many people know this, your dad also has a heart condition, right?
Yes.
And, man, I don't know if your dad's ticker with this game. I was kind of glad he missed it, because if I'm having palpitation with this thing, you know better than anyone how your dad lives this thing, man. He gets into it. So, Pop, we missed you. We were all thinking about you. We know this sucks, but I'm with Derek here. Your health is no football game is worth your health.
Yeah.
And I know you're mad. I know you want to be back. You will be back stronger, healthier, better. There's no one better than you at this. But man, yeah. And you know what? It's all lining up, hopefully, for your old man to be healthy, back for the playoffs, home stretch run. He doesn't need to travel. Maybe, and I'm going to segue this into the Super Bowl. I'm following the script. I'm being a good soldier here, Derek.
Yeah.
You on the rundown, it says on the rundown, do you have expectations now? Is it the Super Bowl or bust? Or are you along for the ride right now? And on Friday, I did the show solo from Levi's, the morning show.
Yeah.
And I spoke with John Lynch. And here's what I'll say. Because of the way the offense is playing, because of the fact that they can have home field advantage throughout the playoffs into the Super Bowl, and because it's become a real expectation, not a pipe dream, Derek, that Fred Warner could be back for the NFC Championship game, not the Super Bowl, but 2 weeks earlier, because remember, there's a 2-week window between the NFC Championship game and the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
January 24th, February 8th. Because Fred Warner would likely be back or could likely be back for that game, to me, the expectation now is Super Bowl for the 49ers.
Yeah, I mean, I totally get that. If they get the first seed, if they get the number 1 seed in the NFC, I totally understand that, especially with Levi's hosting Super Bowl 60. I totally understand that. I also have to acknowledge that the defense right now is a problem. And we'll get to it more. I don't want to have that overshadowed today because last night was an incredible victory. And God knows that, a lot of people didn't expect this with the way the season has gone. But the defense is a problem right now. But we'll get to it more. Just the fact is, they're able to sustain anything right now. Like even with Trent Williams out last night, he has a hamstring injury, and I think it's going to be an uphill battle for him to play on Saturday night. Austin Pleasant's coming in, and they don't skip a beat. And I think that Chris Collinsworth kind of nailed it last night where, they don't have an offense where you do get sacked a lot because it's a lot of misdirection and play action fakes, so it's always misleading defenses. And then, George Kittle not playing. Jake Tonjes, picked up the slack. Our guy out there, Rosenbag, who loves Jake Tonjes, is now probably going to rub it in Maiocco's face the next time we see him at Jake's in San Jose. But, yeah, dude, this team is special right now. But is it flawed? 100%. I think a lot of teams are flawed in the NFC right now.
But that's my point, D.
Yeah.
Every team in the AFC or NFC has a big, gaping, clear hole. Every team has a flaw. Every single team. AFC, Broncos, it's Bo Nix's play.
Yeah.
Patriots, lack of experience and coaching because Vrabel's been great, but not in the playoffs.
Nope,
and
I agree with that.
They have a second-year quarterback. So Jaguars, same. Combs a rookie head coach. Lawrence can be up and down. Lack of experience. The Texans, great defense, the best in the NFL with Denver, but haven't done it before. And the offensive line sucks. Whoever wins the North, well, are we convinced on Steelers or Ravens? Not really. Not really. Chargers, no offensive line. Go to the NFC. 49ers, it's a defense. No pressure. Rams, special teams suck, and their defense can break. Seattle, no experience on the head coaching job, and Sam Darnold sees ghosts.
Yeah.
Eagles, we just spoke about Jalen Hurts. Can he get it done? I don't think so. I mean, they've won 2 games without him completing a pass in the second half this season.
They're the biggest mystery to me, Carlos, because they won it a year ago, and yesterday, I mean, it's been the case all season long for them, where they won a game against the Green Bay Packers 10-7, where they just needed 1 touchdown, and the defense played well the rest of the way. But both games, yesterday against the Buffalo Bills and weeks ago when they played the Green Bay Packers, it was the elements. So I think that the Eagles have the best defense in the NFC, but they do not have the offense. So I do wonder if Fangio come up with a way to make Brock uncomfortable because, let's be honest, the Niners' offense has been amazing right now, but that rarely translates to the postseason in the way that we're seeing in the last 2 weeks. Even some of the best 49er teams with Joe Montana did not average 40 points a game in the postseason. So eventually, they're going to have to develop a defense in order to win. But does it come in spurts? Does Keon White or does Bryce Huff get to the quarterback occasionally? Can they get a forced fumble every now and then? That needs to be the difference to what we saw last night. They're not going to win if we saw that same defense playing the postseason.
But, Derek, how do you think it changes if you just insert Fred in the middle of the defense for an NFC Championship game? It's not just how he covers. I mean, how do you think he magnifies and elevates the entire defense just by being there?
It's astronomical. I mean, it's night and day. I think that Tatum Bethune has done a really good job. But let's be honest, Fred Warner's that much better than him. And last night he made some plays, but he also cost the team in just crucial penalties too. And I know that he said, I think in the post game, that they changed the coverage on the line of scrimmage where they were going to blitz initially, but they stayed back. That's a smart play. But Tatum Bethune is not a experienced playoff player. In fact, most of these guys on defense are not. So that's the biggest concern to me is, can they rise to the occasion? Upton Stout, I believe it's a concussion, so we'll see about his status for this Saturday against the Seahawks. But, yeah, there's just a lot of inexperience on the defense, not to mention the injuries. But if Fred Warner comes back, it's a huge deal. Let's just see if it gets to that point, because you're talking about an NFC Championship game. Let's see what happens this week against the Seahawks. Let's see what happens in the playoffs. They need to play better defense than what we saw last night. But I want to hear from the fans as well. 415-808-5627, 415-808-KMBR. I want to hear your thoughts. If you're at the game last night, if you're watching on TV, just what are your expectations right now with the 49ers? Is it Super Bowl or bust? Are you just along for the ride because eventually this is going to come to an end with the defense? How do you feel right now? Let's go to Mark in San Francisco. Mark, you're on with Derek and Carlos. What's going on, man?
Oh, hey, Carlos. Thanks for taking the call. I agree with starting with the good. First of all, 6 touchdowns. Brock Purdy rushed for 2, and it was great that the whole country was watching. I think I called in a few years ago. I see a lot of Montana qualities in Brock, and I said this a few years ago and got totally chastised for it. He's even more of a scrambler than Montana was, as he showed last night. The one thing that, like you were saying about Trent Williams, that's concerning. About them losing Trent Williams is the only upside to that is Brock inadvertently has to. He's learning how to play without that strength in the offensive line, which is helping him with scrambling. What I wanted to ask you about is on the defense. Why do they wait until the last minute to get aggressive, intense, and good? Why don't they? I know they were playing man to man, but why don't they tighten up earlier in the game? Williams wasn't scrambling at all.
Well, can I take this?
Yeah.
First?
Yeah, go for it.
First thing, when you're defending goal line stands, the goal line becomes your friend, the end zone, because the field is compressed. So you don't have to defend that much space. So it's challenging, granted, because it's a shorter field, but at the same time, you have to cover less grass. So you can allocate your resources different. And this defense this year has been really good in red zone and goal-to-goal situations because they bend but don't break. That's one, right? When you don't have a pass rush and you don't have to cover that much grass behind you, you can keep everything in front of you. It's what they did on that last play, Derek. They kept everything in front of them. What Robert Saleh called was a double A-gap blitz by their 2 linebackers. And guess what? It might be the quote of the year when he said, I want my players, I'm paraphrasing here, to play football, not football. Don't fit into the call. If you see something different, if your gut or your instincts or your training kicks in and you think there's something better, different out there to be had or do, go and do it. And both D and Tatum saw each other. They connected, communicated, and said, you know what? Screw this. Let's stay back, cover. And because they did that, the play worked. The same with the 2 Gross Matos. He was back in coverage, then pushed forward. Look at the Bryce Huff play, Derek, when he goes on the right edge, right of the side of the defense, left of the line. He goes on the edge. First, he negates the outside of the flat pass on DeAndre Swift. And because he negates, just for a second, because he did that, Caleb had to move away from it. And then he rushed Caleb and almost sacked him. So those little things, because, again, the field's compressed and they played football, not football, you can't do that all the time because, again, the field's not compressed. You have to cover more grass. It's a different situation. They were really good. They forced 8 incompletions, Derek, on that final Bears drive.
Yeah, and Mark, we thank you for the call. And I'm with you, Carlos. I think that they schemed it up the right way. And I think that Robert Saleh is one of the better defensive coordinators on the football right now. But as I've been saying for the majority of the season, sometimes it's not the X's and O's, it's the Jimmies and the Joes. And right now, they don't have a lot of great players on defense. That's just the truth. I think it's a mix of inexperienced and second-string guys and third-string guys, and that's just the way it is right now. Now, they were effective early on where they made the Bears punt the first 2 drives. But then let's also give credit to Ben Johnson. I thought it was incredible last night to watch Kyle Shanahan and Ben Johnson go back and forth with each other. It was almost reminiscent of the game we saw a year ago on Monday Night Football where it was the Lions and 49ers before, Ben Johnson left to take over for the Bears head coaching position. And that game, I think, was 41-34. I think it was Ricky Pearsall's coming out party. But, yeah, that was back and forth. And I think that Ben Johnson's just a really good play caller. So he saw, the flaws in the 49ers defense. And after the first 2 drives, like, all right, we're just going to scheme it up better. And they took what, the 49ers defense gave them. That offsides penalty was crucial where Caleb Williams looked like Aaron Rodgers there, where he just dropped back the pass and just threw, 35 yards down the field to Colston Loveland. So the defense has its problems. And I think that we can wait on Fred Warner to come for the NFC Championship game, but they need to get their rest together. They need to find a way to be more effective if they're going to be a good team when it comes to the playoffs. We're going to take your calls all day long. I see full lines. We got Jack, Jeff, David, and Kareem. 415-808-5627. 415-808-KMBR. How you feeling after the 49ers win last night, 42-38? Do you have expectations now? Do you expect this team to beat the Seattle Seahawks on Saturday night and get the 1 seed and go to the Super Bowl? Or, and I'm going to respect a lot of 49er fans, they know good football when they see it. Do you look at the defense and you're like, right now this season's been great, and I'm okay with whatever happens? I want to hear what you have to say about that. It's Carlos Ramirez and Derek Papa on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Brock Purdy, another 5-touchdown game against the Bears. Threw for 3, ran for 2. That man is playing out of his mind right now. We love Brock Purdy on The Sports Leader. Go Niners, baby.
You're listening to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa. On your home for all things 49ers for the last 20 years. KNBR, the sports leader.
Caleb Williams under center, hard count, jump, flags, free play. Williams from the logo. Williams looking, no pressure. Williams heaves it down the field to the end zone, and it's caught. Colston Loveland with a touchdown. We'll check on this penalty, but it certainly looked like it was the 49ers offsides.
Offside. Defense number 93. I put on 2-6-1. Result of the play is a touchdown.
Wow. 2 huge touchdown passes for Caleb Williams. Now a 35-yard play to Burden and a 36-yard touchdown on this drive to Loveland.
Now, I know that's not a 49er highlight. That's a Chicago Bear highlight. But part of the conversation today is twofold, honestly. And this is Derek Papa, Carlos Ramirez on the Sports Leader Dirty Work, reacting to the 49ers' 42-38 victory over the Chicago Bears. Great win last night. And offensively, it was just an unbelievable performance by Kyle Shanahan, Christian McCaffrey, Brock Purdy, even Ricky Pearsall coming back from injury and having 5 catches for 85 yards. But we have to discuss also the defense. The defense has been a problem, and they gave up 38 points last night. And I think also it was the play calling of Ben Johnson was incredible. Even on that final drive, the hook and ladder play where they flipped it from Colston Loveland to DeAndre Swift, I thought that if maybe DeAndre Swift got out to the right side, then maybe he could get over Diamador Lenore. But Lenore made a great play to keep him in bounds, had the clock running. And as I said at the start of the show, the defense did win it for him. But I don't think it was where the defense made a spectacular play in the end. I thought the Bears just ran out of time. But I think you can say that the 49ers are amazing on offense right now, but it could come where the defense bites them in the ass. And I think that we'll see what happens here on Saturday night against the Seahawks. If you get the 1 seed, maybe that masks everything. Maybe you're just able to outscore opponents in your own field. But right now, I have to acknowledge that the defense is an issue, Carlos.
It is. I mean, we're not going to lie, right? We never do that. I mean, they've given up 24, 27, and 38 points in the past 3 weeks. And they give them up to a really bad Titans team with a rookie quarterback in Cam Ward, to a 44-year-old retired quarterback in Phillip Rivers, and now to a great offense and Ben Johnson and company. So even though the stakes have been higher each week and the talent they've faced has been better, they've given up more and more and more points. And to your point, the offense has been better. Even though they put up 48 last week against the Colts, I think this, because of who they were facing, was a more impressive offensive output by the 49ers, even though they scored 6 fewer points. I'm with you. And I think when he does come back, Renardo Green will make the secondary better. With Upton Stout, it should be better. I mean, we see the holes, and I don't want to point out anyone because we see the tape. Is it concerning? Yes. That defense also allowed the Panthers to only score 9 points, the Browns to only score 8, right? And before that, they beat the Cardinals and allowed 22. So it's been a trend of them to be able to bend but not break. I think that's the motto. And if you go back even to the Saints game, Derek, on week 2, and they had Fred and Nick on that game, and they barely eked out a win without Brock. I know the offense was different, but they've had this kind of slogan this year of we're going to bend but not break. We're going to give up a big play here and there, but we'll either get a pick or force a fumble or a goal line stop or even force you to settle for a field goal. And that I thought was before the goal line stand to end the game, when they forced the Bears to settle for a field goal after what was an 11-play, 6-minute, 78-yard drive by the Bears that made the game 35-38. Because at that point, they were just switching and exchanging uppercuts.
Yeah.
Touchdown, 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 touchdown. So who's going to flinch first? The 49ers punted. And that was like, is this it? But then that field goal and the final stand equated to a punt or even better. So their final 2 drives, they allowed 3 points after withholding 26 plays and giving up over 130 yards of offense. They only gave up 3 points. And that to me is also important, even though I agree with you, it is the big, clear weakness in this team.
Yeah, 100%. I know the mentality's been bend, don't break, but honestly, it felt like they broke a lot last night. And I think that you can go to the games against the Browns, the Cardinals, the Panthers, but we know those offenses are not in the same vein as the ones we just seen recently with the Colts and the Bears. But yeah, I mean, the 49ers, their defense needs to play a hell of a lot better. And I think that Kyle Shanahan realizes what team he has right now. I think that his play calling is as aggressive as it's ever been because he can't rely on his defense. I think that, Carlos, did you see last night when Juwan Jennings caught the touchdown to make it 42-38? And Tim Wright on the broadcast said the Niners are going for 2. And I saw on the broadcast Brock Purdy hold up 2 fingers. And I thought they were going for 2 as well until they went out and kicked the extra point. And some people would say, like, why the hell would you go up 43-38? I think that maybe Kyle was thinking, let's be overly aggressive. Let's go up 43-38 to think that maybe Ben Johnson's going to go for 2 to make it 46, and then we have to time with a field goal, whatever. I don't know what they were thinking initially. Brock Purdy definitely put up 2 fingers to signaling he was going to go for 2. I think that Kyle has a different mentality he's ever had before, where some people might say he was a little conservative when it came to 4th down decisions. Now it's like we got to score every time we possess the ball. And I think that Kyle's being kind. I think that he, builds up his defense in the post-game press conferences. But you see little things like, he's asked about the defense and he kind of plays with his head or something. He knows that it's a problem right now.
Let me ask you something. Were you surprised when they decided to punt on 4th and 7 from the Chicago 43?
Not at all, because 4th and 7 is overly aggressive. And I think me and Jacob were talking about today, should they have attempted a 61-yard field goal? No. I mean, Eddie Piñeiro's had a really strong leg this year, but no. I think that you have to be aggressive, but not insane. I think that would have been an insane move.
I'm with you. Having said that, they punted, and the first play the Bears had after the punt was a third. What was it? They went short right. It was a 25-yard pass to Burton.
Yeah. So,
if they would have gone for it and not made it, Chicago would have had the exact same field position. And I know that the psychology behind it is different. The emotional impact is different. But they would have been in the exact same spot, or even better, that what ended up happening, because they went from 1st and 10 at their own 11, cut to now it's 1st and 10 from their own 36, right? Mm-hmm. So maybe not exactly the exact same spot, and I get it, but they were like, what, 7? They were 7 yards out. So I was surprised but not shocked that they didn't go for it. I think if it would have been 4th and 5, 4th and 3, he definitely goes for it. But I also think it was a backing of his defense that after that the Bears both settled for a field goal and then couldn't score.
Yeah, I mean, I think if he would have went for it there, it would have been totally Shanahan admitting that I don't believe in my defense. And right. He's been, he's a head coach. He has to build up the confidence in those guys, but you can't tell me that Kyle feels a certain way about that right now. And he knows. I mean, everybody, it's not just us. Like, fans just don't see the tape and they're like, or just watch the game and be like, oh, man, there's something going on here. Obviously, everyone feels that way right now. And I'll be completely honest, the 49ers look damn good on offense right now. It's the best offense I've seen under Kyle Shanahan right now. But do I feel as confident as in 2019 or 2021 or 2022 or 2023? No, I don't, because of that defense right now. And I want to hear from you guys, too. 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. We got full lines right now. Let's go to Jack in Palo Alto. He wants to talk about the Niners pass rush. Jack, you're on with Carlos Ramirez and Derek Papa. What's going on, man?
Hey, guys. First of all, I love the show.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
It's always a pleasure. But I have no trust in our defensive line to get to any quarterback. Like, I don't think Caleb Williams is a great processor. I don't think he's very accurate.
Yep.
I think he's incredibly talented. But, like, playing a guy like Stafford and not getting to the passer, we're screwed. Our safeties can't cover. They seem like they're always out of position. I I wasn't alive for our Super Bowl wins, but I've seen a couple losses, and I don't think this team's nearly as good as any of those teams.
Now, Jack, I mean, I agree with you, man. I think that, and thank you for the call, man. I think that when it comes to the elite passers in this league, I do think they're going to dissect this 49ers defense. As we saw, what was it, week 11, when Matthew Stafford went up and down the field and scored 42 points on them. Now, the 49ers offense got back into the game, but they made a few stops here or there. But for the most part, Sean McVay and the Rams offense knew exactly what to do against this 49ers defense. And the good thing is there's not a lot of quarterbacks like that in the NFC. So if you can avoid the Rams, then perfect. But do you believe Sam Darnold? Like, we'll see it this Saturday, but do you believe Sam Darnold is going to, in a big-time game, in a playoff game, or even Saturday night, going to rise to the occasion? He did on Thursday night 2 weeks ago against the Rams, but have we seen enough on Sam Darnold's resume to believe that right now? Now, with Jalen Hurts, yeah, we saw it a year ago in the Super Bowl. He was amazing. But but before that, before the playoffs, Jalen Hurts wasn't playing that great. And this season, he's been wildly inconsistent. And I agree with you, Jack, that Caleb Williams, he was able to, play with the defense and, throw that offsides penalty and throw deep to Colston Loveland, and he benefits a lot from Ben Johnson scheming it up. But if you had a better quarterback out there, they would have won that game last night. I think that if you had a Matthew Stafford or, a Josh Allen, even Josh Allen struggled yesterday. But if you had a better quarterback that's more accurate and not as frantic when pressure comes into his face, they probably would have won that game 45-42 last night. But, yeah, I think that right now, from what I've seen in the 49ers defense, nothing makes me believe that they could turn it around right now. If they get Fred Warner, that's huge. But teams are going after Jair Brown. Teams see flaws in this defense, and they know how to expose it right now. So I hear you, Carlos. I definitely believe that the 49ers, if they get the 1 seed, then anything's possible. They can go to the Super Bowl and have home field advantage all the way through that. But their defense needs to turn it around.
Yeah, I understand, and I agree to an extent. I think it's unfair to criticize the secondary or to point them out or just throw them under the bus. And I'm not saying you're doing that, but for fans that are just focusing on, well, the safeties can't cover or the secondary, I understand. But also keep in mind, pass coverage and pass rush are tied at the hip. And it's unfair/unrealistic to ask any secondary. I don't care who's playing. You can have Dion and Ronnie Lott playing corner and safety. And you can have Ed Reed and you can have whoever playing wherever.
Yeah.
If you're asking that secondary to cover on every damn snap for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 seconds, they're going to wear out.
Yeah.
And I don't care how bad your receivers are. They're NFL receivers. They're going to get open. They're going to get open. So not having a pass rush, to me, Derek, right now is the bigger defensive problem, not coverage. Because I promise you, if you had Bosa and Michael Williams and even Fred Warner in there blitzing through the A-gap or being better at coverage in the middle, your secondary would be that much better. So, and that's a problem that will not get fixed until Bosa comes back and Michael comes back. It will be improved if and when Fred Warner is inserted back into the defense in the NFC Championship game, if that happens. But to me, don't look at look at him, but don't pick on the safeties and the defensive backs and Lucas, who's a backup, because Green's hurt and Stout got concussed. Look at the pass rush or the lack thereof. They're dead last in the NFL in sacks. Myles Garrett's got more by himself than the entire 49er defense. And that's not a knock on what they're doing. They're just undermanned. So that, to me, is the bigger problem.
No, 100%. I think that the secondary, to me, is the strongest unit in the 49ers defense right now. But, yes, you're right, Carlos. You can have some of the better people at safety or cornerback, but if you have all game to throw, then they're going to pick you apart in today's NFL with the offenses and the favoritism they get. And that's why this makes it a little, painful for 49er fans, I'm sure, where if they had Fred Warner, if they had Nick Bosa, it's no question. This team is Super Bowl favorites. They should win it if those guys are healthy. But the fact they're not out there, we'll see when Fred Warner returns, and he makes a hell of a difference. But to me, it would be a bigger deal if Nick Bosa broke his leg and he's able to return by the NFC Championship game because linebackers make a difference, but pass rushers make a hell of a difference to me because, the 2021 LA Rams, they were able to win that Super Bowl because, yes, they had Matthew Stafford, they had Cooper Kupp, but they put up ridiculous numbers. They won that Super Bowl because they sacked Joe Burrow 7 or 8 times, whatever it was, with Aaron Donald and Leonard Floyd and Von Miller. That's why they went out and got him.
Right.
And to me, right now, this 49ers offense is amazing, and I don't know how teams can stop it, but it's kind of reminiscent of a year ago where the Lions and the team that they had where they sustained so many injuries, and Dan Campbell knew. We saw it in the quarterback show on Netflix. There was a team meeting where he told everybody, we're going to have to score every possession because I can't rely on these guys. No offense to them, but they're coming off the street. We have so many injuries right now. And I look back on other teams that had great offenses, but, subpar defenses, the 2011 Packers, even the 2013 Denver Broncos. That team was an all-time offensive team. I think they scored the most points in NFL history. They got exposed defensively in the Super Bowl. So that's where the 49ers need to figure things out when it comes to the defense. And I think it's an uphill battle. I think that Robert Saleh can scheme it up the best he can, but if you don't have a pass rush, you have no chance.
Is my mic okay? Because I'm reading on the YouTube chat. It seems like my mic's a bit low. Is it better, Jacob? Is it good?
Yeah, it's better now, yeah.
Okay, good, cool. Thank you for that. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm with you. They're doing their best. Will it be enough? We don't know.
Yeah.
I hope it is. But I'm not blind or I see what's happening. I think everyone does.
Yeah.
It's clear as daylight. They can't generate a pass rush. It's not new. The second Bosa went out with the knee, we knew what was going to happen. And then they just kept dropping like flies, right? And it was Michael and there was Fred and so on and so forth. But guess what? They're one game away from being the number one damn seed in the NFC. So, and again, this is not a pipe dream. This is not fairy dust. This is not clickbaiting. Fred Warner is very much in play to come back for the NFC Championship game. So Saturday's game is that much bigger because, and I might be wrong, I don't expect, I would, hopefully it's better and he does play, Derek, but you know how those soft tissue injuries creep up. And when you're younger, you heal faster. Trent is up there, right? He's a veteran. So maybe it takes longer. I don't know. I would be shocked if he plays on Saturday. I hope he does. But if he doesn't, having that extra week to recover, to heal people up, and then you can only need one game, the divisional round, and if you beat whoever at home, here comes Fred. Oh, man. All bets are off.
No, I'm with you on that. They definitely need reinforcements. 415-808-5627, 415-808-KMBR. Call us right now. Let us know how you feel about last night's victory. Are you feeling good? Do you have expectations for the 49ers? Or does the defense make you feel a little skeptical? Do you think that it's sustainable the way they're winning right now? We got Jeff, David, Kareem, Zach, and Ed on the line. It's Dirty Work with Carlos Ramirez and Derek Papa on the Sports Leader.
Oh, what? Hello?
It's time for Cheers.
Hell yeah.
Cheers.
Oh, no.
And Beers.
Hooray, beer.
415-808-5627, 415-808-KMBR. It's a little Cheers, Years, and Beers action coming to you on a Monday after the 49ers beat the Chicago Bears 42-38. Call in and let us know what you liked about last night's win, what you hated about last night's win, if you want to nitpick it, and what you were drinking last night. Or if you just want to focus on the game itself. Are you feeling good about expectations? Are you just along for the ride? I thought JD made a great point this morning with Greg Silver listening to that show, where 49er fans, they know what's up. They've seen really good defense in the last 6 years, 7 years that Kyle Shanahan's been having playoff teams with the 49ers. And this team's not it right now. But does that matter to you? Are you just riding the high? Do you want to see, are you expecting this team to win the Super Bowl? Are you like, you know what? Let's see what happens. And let's see if we can build them on this defense next year. But we got full lines right now. I want to hear from you guys. And I want to call out one caller in particular. I want him to call in today because we love this guy when he calls in.
Stockton?
Yes.
Stockton?
Yes.
Yeah.
Dwayne and Stockton.
Yes.
He's my guy. Love him to death. But he is dead wrong about Mac Jones over Brock Purdy. And we need to let him know that that take has been asked for quite some time. But let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go to Jeff in Sebastopol. He wants to talk about this Niner team. Jeff, you're on with Carlos and Derek on the Sports Leader. What's up, man?
Hey, dear man. Great show.
Thanks, man.
I want to say that differentiate between great teams and special teams. In that, what I mean is a team that's dominant, right? You steamroll everybody, and everyone can get behind those teams. Versus a special. This season is a special team. And what I mean is, like, I couldn't believe they went 5-3 with Mac Jones.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't give up. And they kept winning. They found ways to win. And it's not really sexy. It's not like you can point to the metrics and say, oh, they lost in sacks, this and that. And I'm not saying a homerism. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, this is the kind of year that you have to enjoy. You have to enjoy this kind of year. It's like a baseball season that doesn't end up in the World Series championship, right?
Right.
I don't care if they win another playoff game or they're going to be in the playoffs. I am okay. They shouldn't be here. It's so great.
I know.
And I don't mean appreciating it in terms of like, oh, my expectations are lower or higher or whatever. These guys are like winning games and the team changes throughout the year. These guys are tough. They lose. It'll be cool. Be in it. You know what I mean, man?
No, Jeff, I totally get it, man, because, context comes into play here. This team went through a whole thing this offseason of a salary dump or a competitive rebuild, whatever you want to call it. And they lost their two biggest players on defense. And somehow, some way, they've rose to the occasion with Kyle Shanahan everybody involved. Brock Purdy came back. He was gone for however many weeks, 8 weeks, whatever it was. But the fact that they're in this position has been incredible. But I'm with you. I think that, the mentality 49er fans the mentality 49er fans should have is that whatever you want to feel when it comes to not having a Super Bowl in the last 30 years, I get it. That's frustrating. You've lost 2 heartbreakers to the Chiefs. But it's different where you have to put all those things into context and just enjoy this season. And if it results in a Super Bowl, fantastic. If it doesn't, then I think you're building on something special for next year. But I don't want to focus on that right now. But Jeff, I'm with you. Some teams just get momentum. Like even if they're not good during the regular season, we saw it years ago with like the Steelers or the Colts. Right. They weren't great teams, but they got fire. So Jeff, I'm totally with you on that this team is special in a certain way.
I think also that I'm probably I'll be 63 next month. I saw the Super Bowls. So, I mean, I understand the fan base being very hungry and critical. So, I want for them to have that. But for me, I mean, having had that, man, great season.
No, 100%, Jeff, and we appreciate the call. Yeah, Carlos, I mean, you have to put things in perspective. I totally get it. Like, just even listening to Kyle Shanahan before the season, he was on Sirius XM radio, and I reference this interview all the time, where I thought it was very honest for a head coach to be like, yeah, maybe Super Bowl is not on the cards this year. It's a different team. Where it's more on the lines of when I first got the job in 2017 and 2018. If we make the playoffs, all the better. Like that's the goal. That's what we want to do. But Super Bowl is on the back burner. And even Trent Williams said that. And now that they're in this position, it's fantastic. But I think that I think a lot of I think Kyle Shanahan would tell you behind closed doors he never anticipated this. It was going to be a building year.
Well,
but sorry, go.
No, and he was very open about it. He even acknowledged a meeting he had in his place this season with players before the season started.
Yeah, the party,
the famous gathering he had in his place, and where in years past it was very much Super Bowl themed or Super Bowl driven. This year it wasn't, and I don't think that's a knock on anyone. It's just being realistic, right? The Rams had to go through a similar rebuild a couple of years ago when they just let go some players, went the draft route, went the cheap route, not cheap, but cheaper or less expensive,
right?
Or because you needed young blood, less expensive players, and they had to go through that process. So the fact that you're here, to me, they're playing with house money because of where they're at, even without the injuries. After Nick and Fred got hurt, and Michael even more so, but now I think you get greedy. Now you see the state of the NFC and the AFC. No Mahomes. Your boogeyman is out for the foreseeable future. Out. There's no clear-cut juggernaut in the AFC or the NFC for that matter. I think they have the best offense in football, not just the NFC, but in football in period this year. And we haven't seen that offense to the fullest yet because either Brock's been hurt, or Pearsall's been hurt, or Kittle's been out, now Trent. So, again, if and when they get back those players, and you see Trent out in the edge, and Ricky in the slot, and Kittle next to the playing the wide position, then they're putting up 40 points a game now, then the sky might be the ceiling. And I want to bring it back. If Fred Warner is back for this team in the NFC Championship game, you have to be greedy because I don't see a team out there that is either significantly better than the 49ers or anyone for that matter. Years past, you could see, it's the Eagles or it's the 49ers or it's the Chiefs in the AFC or whoever. I don't see that this year.
No, I'm with you. I think they have a golden opportunity, and it's funny where you mentioned that Kyle Shanahan and the expectations they had this season. They were just trying to be a playoff team again. They weren't thinking really about Super Bowl. They were trying to build out this defense, and now they have the potential of getting home field advantage, and they can host the Super Bowl. It's incredible what's before them right now. And I love that Kyle Shanahan kind of doesn't let everybody get, too much of themselves. They take it week by week. He doesn't need some big grandiose speech. He does it with his play calling. We'll talk about it later, how great of a play caller Kyle Shanahan is. I think he separates himself from a lot of the great guys out there. I know that Sean McVay is fantastic, and Matt LaFleur, even Andy Reid, but I think that Kyle Shanahan, what he's doing right now with this bunch, is separating himself from a lot of offensive play callers. Let's take one more call before we head to break. We got full lines right now. Let's go to David and Tracy. Wants to talk about the 49ers win last night. David, you're on with Carlos Ramirez and Derek Papa.
Hey, how you guys doing today, man?
We're doing well.
What's up, David?
Yesterday, hey, what's up, guys? Hey, always praying for your pops too, Papa. So
Appreciate that,
you, man. But hey, I just wanted to do two things, man. I want to come on the air and I want to apologize personally to Kyle Shanahan. In the beginning of the year, I'd called in to JD. He was filling in, I think, for the morning show, and I had said that this is a hot seat year for me personally as a fan, and it's completely foolish. He should be the coach of the year this year. He should be getting all the...
Wait. Did you say foolish or full of shh?
Oh, foolish.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Did you hear the same thing, D?
No, yeah, I got you.
A little bit.
Oh, yeah.
I got scared there. Like, all right.
No,
Keep going, sorry.
I know.
All good, David, all good.
I'm sorry.
All good.
But yeah, no, so... I'm kind of riding. Everyone knows the defense isn't great. Everyone knows that we weren't destined to do this. But I think there's a lot of silver linings and a lot of positives. One, the Brandon Ayuk contract being voided, and we have a little bit of playroom for money. And for two, our young guys are getting the experience playing in these big games. This is huge for development. I really like that. And the fact that the silver lining, the biggest one being Brock Purdy, being able to do it without an all-pro wide receiver out there yesterday, being out there without an all-pro offensive lineman, all-pro tight end, and still putting up 5 touchdowns on offense, that's insane. And as a Niner fan, this is the most hope I've ever gotten, even since, the Harbaugh years. Kaepernick was always just, kind of not a gimmick, I don't want to say, but you always knew that there was a ceiling to it. With Brock, it's just seeming like every year that he's going to be under center, we are contenders. And it's a beautiful thing. So that goes into the magic of this year. I say we ride this magic, however far it takes us, because things can happen. But at the same time, I'm also hopeful for the future, even more so now than I was about a month or two ago. So thank you for taking my call, guys. And, yeah, like I said, go Niners, baby.
All right, Dave, thank you for the call, man. Yeah, I mean, not to call out David there because, he changed his tune. But I think a lot of Niner fans changed their tune from a year ago, where I remember taking calls with Adam Copeland when the Niners were having their 6-11 season, and a lot of people were down on Kyle Shanahan. How he's not creative with his play calling, how Ben Johnson's running circles around him. I'm like, you guys are crazy. You guys are nuts. This guy's one of the best coaches in all of football. And I understand they're having a down year. But to say that you want to get rid of this guy, that's insane. I can't entertain that. And I know that, I nitpick some things with the 49ers. I'm calling out their defense today. I don't know if they're Super Bowl contenders, all that stuff. I will never say a bad thing about Kyle Shanahan. That's not because he comes on the show. And, and we appreciate that. But also, it's because I see that he's one of the best coaches in all of football. Yeah. So I would love to hear from people that are changing their tune now about that because, yes, he is by far, if you want to say Sean McVay and Andy Reid because they won Super Bowls, no, don't fault you for that one. But when it comes to Kyle Shanahan, he is, in my opinion, the best play caller in all of football. And I think that he is 100% the reason why they're in this position.
Yeah, I agree. Where's Dwayne in Stockton, by the way? Show?
We're waiting on him. It's a very busy time of the year.
I bet.
Mattress Firm is, running some, ads and everything. So hopefully he calls in. I want to hear from him because we love Dwayne in Stockton, but he definitely has some hate for Brock Purdy, and I want to hear if he's changing his tune. But I also want to hear from you guys. Go ahead, Carlos.
And you know what, D? What I think's happening now, even within 49er faithful, even within the fan base, is not just one game, because that might seem nearsighted, but when you have the stretch of play that Brock's had this season when healthy, because it's evident now that the Jacksonville game he was hurt, and then the first couple of games before he came into this shape, he was either still recovering or even still fighting some issue or discomfort with the toe. This Brock Purdy, I think, Derek, reopens the window for the 49ers.
I agree.
Because I think the narrative was, well, the window is tied to Trent, McCaffrey, Kittle, and we'll see what Brock can do. Now, I think the window is Brock and Kyle. Yeah. And if those two are together, I'm not saying you can put anyone around them, but pretty much. I mean, again, I know Trent's a Hall of Fame tackle, and George Kittle's a Hall of Fame tight end, and McCaffrey's a Hall of Fame running back. But if you trust their eyes, both in scouting, free agency, and drafting, especially first rounds, they need to improve on that. But if you trust that, If Brock and Kyle are here and Brock is healthy, that window is like what the Saints had, and I know they only won one, but it feels like what the Saints had with Peyton and Drew Brees. As long as their two are together, the window is open. That's my feeling.
No, I mean, I agree with you, Carlos. I think that no matter what happens this season, you have to feel good about the future because this defense is only going to get better. You have an whole offseason to go after guys in free agency and draft. So if it doesn't end up as a Super Bowl, that'll be disappointing. I understand 49ers frustrations with that. 49er fans frustrations with that. But the window is back open again with Brock Purdy. I know there was a big talking point this offseason where other teams, they built around a great quarterback. Whether it was Patrick Mahomes, don't get it twisted. The Chiefs went through a rebuild and won multiple Super Bowls. Getting rid of Tyreek Hill and other guys, they built it around Patrick Mahomes. They won. Same thing with Josh Allen just a year ago. They let go of Stephon Diggs, Gabe Davis, and it was a competitive rebuild with Josh. And you brought it up too, Carlos. The same thing with the Rams and Matthew Stafford. Now the 49ers did this offseason, and I was skeptical. I was like, I don't know if Brock Purdy's that quarterback you build around. But it's clear. He is that guy now. And from what we saw last night, we'll see if he can carry them to a Super Bowl. All right, you're listening to The Sports Leader, 415-808-5627, 415-808-5627. I want your thoughts on last night's victory. And how you feeling about this 49er team? Are you just, riding the wave of emotions? Great win last night. Anything on the table right now? Do you have expectations, or are you being realistic and being like, I see this defense, I don't know right now. We got Kareem, we got Zach, we got Ed, we got Frank, and we got Edgar on the lines right now. Call in 415-808-KNBR. You listen to Carlos Ramirez and Derek Papa on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
After the conclusion of Warriors and Nets tonight, don't miss Dubs OT with JD. Sean Dickinson. He'll have all the postgame sound, stats, and Kyle Harr will make a cameo.
Yeah, happy holidays. Good to be with you, too.
Tune into KNBR tonight for the best Warriors postgame show in the Bay. All on KNBR, the
Pat Spencer is tough as nails.
Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
He takes the snap, turns and gives. Christian cuts it up, gets away from one man, now cuts it back towards the near sideline across the 40, 45, 50. McCaffrey still inbounds the 35, 30, all the way down to the 25-yard line. Best run of the year for Christian McCaffrey. Wow, how did he do that?
Well, what an unbelievable run, and it started in the backfield with his vision.
Brock Purdy, sometimes an everyday person, but not yesterday. He put on an unbelievable show with, 5 touchdowns last night, 3 passing, 2 rushing. 49ers win 42-38 over the Chicago Bears. We're talking about it all day long on the Sports Leader. Carlos Ramirez filling in for Adam Copeland. I'm Derek Papa. I want to hear from you guys. 415-808-5627. 415-808-KNBR. How do you feel after last night's victory? Do you have expectations now? Are you expecting the 6th Lombardi for the San Francisco 49ers? Or are you watching the defense simultaneously and being like, let's just see where this goes? Let's just see.
We got a ton of calls, right?
We do have a ton of calls. Let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go to Kareem in Vallejo. Kareem, you're on with Carlos in D-Pop. What's up, man?
What's going on, Carlos from D-Pop? Hey, I appreciate y'all taking the call. So listen here. You said earlier, a couple segments ago, that this now the team, I think it was Carlos that said, you got to get greedy, right? And that's the beauty, I believe, of this year. Because, in 19 and 23, there was high expectations for the Niners to come away with that 6th inning. And they wasn't able to do so because Mahomes and company, beat us in both Super Bowls. But the expectations was low this year. And to have this team one win away from being able to host the Super Bowl in their backyard, play 2 games to get to it, is remarkable. I think Kyle Shanahan been in his bag the last couple games. I think he did a better play call in the Colts game as opposed to last night, but he did make some unbelievable calls and adjustments. That pass to Jennings and over that long dig to put him up 42-38, and that was the difference. And as you said earlier, with them only kicking a field goal, that would enable the Niners to go up by 4, which the Chicago Bears needed a touchdown at the end of that game. And I would like to say that, Williams, he missed Loveland going across the left side of the end zone, but it was pressure on him. And I know that the defense is atrocious right now, but, bend but don't break. You mentioned that before. This team just got to play opportunistic football, and, anything can happen on any given Sunday. I think this Niner team can go all the way. I don't think that the defense is that bad, and Brock Purdy is Glock Purdy. He's been playing unbelievable ball since he's been back. Yeah, on the field. And you know what? This Niner team, they don't have to worry about the Mahomes, like you said. He's out of it. Come Sunday, you may not even have to deal with a Lamar Jackson. And the way that Allen played yesterday against the Eagles, I'm not worried about him, and I'm not worried about Hurts either if we face them guys. So we need Atlanta to beat the Rams tonight because that will assure us the 5th seed if the Niners don't happen to beat Seattle. But I think they beat Seattle. I think Sam Darnold turns back into a pumpkin on Saturday night. We get the number 1 seed, and the rest is history, man. We're going for number 6, Vinny number 6, man. Hey, happy holidays and Happy New Year to you guys, man. Blessings.
Happy New Year to you too, Kareem, and thank you for the call. I'm with Kareem where I understand that this is a golden opportunity for the 49ers, where you're not going to see Patrick Mahomes if you make it to the Super Bowl. Hell, I mean, right now, I don't know about the Buffalo Bills, and I think that it's a golden opportunity for them as well. But the way that they look, I'm not so sure that they're going to be contenders when it comes to the AFC right now. So I understand that when you look at the NFC, that, it could be that this Niner team's not as strong as in 2019 or 2021, 2022, 2023. But if you get home field advantage, then maybe this is the best opportunity you do have, because I go back to a couple years ago where Dan Campbell got too cute in the NFC Championship game against the 49ers. And after that, they had a great season. But I remember after that game, and people have been sharing it after they've been eliminated from the postseason, Dan Campbell said, we may never get this opportunity again. We may never be here again. So you have to make the most out of it. I understand why 49er fans feel that way today.
Yeah, I agree. Now, think about this, Derek, and this is, a narrative for a different day, but I just thought about this because that's how my brain works. Someone in the NFC West between the Rams, the Niners, and the Seahawks will end up third.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
One of those teams next season will have a third-place schedule.
That's going to be unbelievable.
Oh, my goodness. That's going to be like good luck whoever faces them. Whoever. Right? Whoever. So back to the season. The funny thing, or I think the fun, let's remove the NY. The fun thing about this postseason is anything can happen. Anything can happen. And I go back to playing with house money. I think every 49er fan will get upset if they get one and done in the postseason.
Yeah.
But I don't think they will be it won't be devastation. It won't be disappointment. Because I think your expectations should be tied up to reality. In 2023, it felt devastating because we knew that was a great 49er team. What would have happened if Greenlaw doesn't snap his Achilles jogging into the field? What would have happened if Ray McLeod doesn't muff the punt? There were so many ifs attached to a great football team. Same in 19. What if Mahomes doesn't convert in 30-15? So those felt disappointing. This is different, at least to me, because the expectations were set different, realistically, not being, let's open up the umbrella, and if the rain comes, we're protected. No, this is very much in line with what they thought the team would be, but now it's even better because of what's happened within the team and Brock's evolution and other players stepping up like Jake Tunges or Jawan Jennings or Kendrick Bourne or Dean Winters or Tatum Bethune or whoever you want to name, but also the current state of affairs in the NFL. I think no team should be either shocked or embarrassed if they get one and done or if they make the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different deal than in 2019 or 2023, where I think 2023 was harder for 49er fans because it was the second one, and it went to overtime. He had a lead.
Right.
And I remember Nick Bosa and Deebo Samuel being asked about the loss after the game, and they were just blindsided, just being like, I don't know if we'll ever get this opportunity again. In 2019, it was different because that team came out of nowhere. They were 4-12, and then boom, they were 13-3, and the loss was devastating, but you knew you had a good young team on your hands. And of course, COVID was weird. The 6-10 season, they got kicked out of Santa Clara, and then things got rectified, and they were back on course. This year, I think it's going to be a mix where fans understand what happened this season, everything from the offseason to the injuries. And we talked about it all season long, where when they lost to the Rams 42-26. That's where I thought they're not in the same conversation as the Rams or the Seahawks right now. I don't even know if they make the postseason. But now, we are 6 weeks away from that, however long it was, and now they have an opportunity to play for the 1 seed, and the Rams are not even in the conversation to win the NFC West. I'm shocked. I'm shocked by that, and the fact that they won that game last night without Trent Williams and George Kittle, I shouldn't be shocked because that's what they've done all season long. That's how good of a coach Kyle Shanahan is. He finds a way. So for 49er fans, if they don't win the Super Bowl this year, I think it's going to be mixed emotions where, yeah, we understand it was a different year, but also, we're the 49ers and we've seen heartbreak before. We should get that 6th Lombardi. Let's go out to the phone lines some more. Let's go out to Zach in Fresno. Zach, you're on with Carlos and Derek. What's going on, man?
Hey, guys, just one quick thing. Great offenses win games. Great defenses win championships. Have a good one.
Zach, short and to the point there, but I agree. I agree that that's a strong element to this thing where, the 49ers had definitely the right recipe back in the day. With their pass rush in 2019, that was a better team defensively, more balanced team. They were the highest scoring teams in all of football that year. 2023, they had their lulls with the defense, and Steve Wilkes and Kyle Shanahan, let's be honest, did not get along. This year, they brought back Robert Saleh. I think where they would be right now if Robert Saleh didn't come back, if he decided to take that opportunity with the Raiders to be the coach in waiting with Pete Carroll, which looked like a bad situation, or if he got the job with the Jaguars, if Liam Cohen decides not to take that gig, how different things are right now. And we'll see what happens this offseason. Robert Saleh says that he's not going to rush into another job. And I think that Gus Bradley would be that defensive coordinator in waiting. But think where they would be. They brought back Robert Saleh to build up this defense, and I think it only gets better. I understand that not having Nick Bosa and Fred Warner put your defense in a really bad situation. But I think it's going to make these guys that much better in the future.
I don't think. I mean, I think the defense phrase is true to an extent, and I think every year is different. Let's go to last season, Derek. The Eagles clearly had a great defense, and I mean great defense.
Yeah,
last
100%.
year. And they just choked the Chiefs into submission. I was there in the Superdome, and they just were phenomenal. The year before, it was two great defenses because the 49ers, even with Wilkes at the helm, was a very good defense. Same with the Chiefs. That was perhaps the best defense that Spagnuolo has had with the Chiefs in last year as well.
100%.
But then you go back a year before, Chiefs and Eagles. Neither of them had outstanding. It was 38-35.
Yep, it was a shootout.
In the Super Bowl. Shootout. The year before, sure, it was the Rams, but that team had as much to do with Stafford and company as it did with Aaron Donald. So I think that was leveled. The year before, absolutely. Tampa Bay just with Brady at the helm and a great defense, again, choked Mahomes into submission with only 9 points.
Yeah.
The year before, not so much. That Niner defense was better than the Chiefs defense, but their offense was so potent that it just put up 31 points, and there was nothing the 49er offense could do with Jimmy Garoppolo to bounce back. And that can go back. I mean, the Eagles taking over the 41-33 Patriots, that was very much an offensive-driven setup. So, of course, I'm not downplaying what the defense means. What I'm saying is this year, in this season, in this microcosm that is 2025, I don't think defensive play, specifically in the NFC, means that much because there are no great defenses, maybe aside from the Eagles, and they don't have a great offense. They have great players in Saquon and A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, but it's not a great operating offense. The offensive line is different.
Yeah.
The AFC is different. I think the Texans have the best defense in football with the Broncos. Their offense is not great. So maybe if we have a Denver, San Francisco, or Houston, San Francisco Super Bowl would be the ultimate stylistic matchup. But I this year, I don't know if necessarily the greatest defense will win you the championship.
Well, what do you think about Seattle's defense? Like, I think yesterday that's what won them the game. I think they run the ball very well, but I don't believe it's Sam Darnold, even though that he had a great comeback against the Rams 2 weeks ago on Thursday Night Football, and maybe that was going to change the narrative for a day. But even that game yesterday, I was watching it, he threw a really bad interception to the end zone. And I think that, Carolina was just awful offensively, and I think we have to go back and look at that. Even though the Rams game against the Panthers, they were electric, but for the most part, this Panthers offense has been hit or miss. But with the Seahawks, I believe in that defense. I believe in that running game. I believe in Jackson Smith and Jigba. I do not believe in Sam Darnold. So that's the one team, and it's funny that they're going to play on this week, where can they come up with a scheme that's going to frustrate Brock Purdy? And will Sam Darnold get rattled in a big-time game? That's what I wonder. But, Carlos, what are your feelings on the Seattle Seahawks defense?
They are second this year. Or their defense has very good rankings.
Yeah.
If you're into rankings and all that stuff and whatever they do, they're sixth in yards allowed this season. They're a very good defense. They're fifth in first down allowed. They're 12th in yards passing. They've allowed only 9 passing touchdowns. Or I should say 12 passing touchdowns. Good for 9th this season. So they are a very good defense. I think there are better defenses out there instead, like Houston or Denver, even Philly. And I know that the team they faced week 1 is different because of the reps, the cohesion in that unit. I don't know if it's fair to scout them versus what Panthers can do. I would put it this way. I think, look at the schedule and what they've done this season, right? The Seahawks, I mean.
Yeah.
We just saw him a couple of weeks ago, Derek, get blown out. That same defense allowed 37 points to the Rams. And they were one missed field goal away from losing that game.
Mm-hmm.
one field goal away. They would have allowed 40 points. Well, fewer because they went to overtime and scored a touchdown. But
I got you.
They had a field goal. If the Rams special teams are not what they are, and that's their weakness this year, they lose that game, right?
Yeah.
And sure, they allowed 9 points to the Falcons and shut out against the Vikings. But the Titans put up 24 points. And the Cardinals put up 22. And the Buccaneers took them down 38-35. And the Saints scored 13 points on them. I know it's not much, but the Cardinals beat them 23-20. So to me, their record doesn't really tell what they are or aren't. I think they're a very good team, but I'm with you. Do you trust Sam Darnold on a winner-takes-all game again? And this is wild. I mean, he's won 12-plus games in back-to-back seasons with different teams, first quarterback to ever do it. And he'll be quarterbacking a team again, trying to get the number one seed in the NFC for the second consecutive season. And last season, he couldn't do it with the Vikings against the Lions. Will he be who do you trust more, Brock or Sam? To me, it's not even a question.
No, it's not even close. It's Brock Purdy.
It's not even close.
But you know what's funny, Carlos? A year ago, I don't mean to cut you off, but like a year ago, Sam Darnold was in a similar situation where he faced a very good offense, the Detroit Lions, but they were ravaged with injuries, and yet Aaron Glenn came up with a scheme to totally confuse him. And I wonder, even though we saw last night the 49ers defense just, go get, they'll have the Bears go up and down the field on them, that maybe Robert Saleh come up with something because they know Sam. I mean, Kyle knows Sam, and he knows Clint Kubiak. Will Kyle be that much of a advantage towards the defense this week with how to play Sam Darnold? Because he knows his strengths and weaknesses. Is it where Kyle, Robert knows how to game plan against Sam Darnold, but does Kyle really know what to do, how to throw off Sam Darnold? It's going to be fascinating to see this Saturday night.
Yeah, and I don't want to downplay the defense. I mean, they do have Pro Bowlers everywhere. DeMarcus Lawrence made the Pro Bowl. Leonard Williams made the Pro Bowl, their defensive tackle. And Devin Witherspoon, their cornerback, made the Pro Bowl. So they have Pro Bowlers in every level of that defense. It's a very good Super Bowl caliber winning defense. Is it the Legion of Boom? No, not yet. Could it be? I think so. We'll see. But I have seen this defense get gashed.
Yeah.
And that Sean McVay, and they did it without Devontae Adams. Remember.
Yep.
That game up in Seattle, Adams was hurt. So it was pretty much Stafford being untouched, being clean, because he's not going to scramble anywhere. The run game and Puka Nacua going nuts for, I think, over 180 that game. So are they good? Yes. Are they perfect? No. No such thing. I mean, they're not the Ravens. No, they're not the Ray Lewis Ravens.
No, definitely
not. Or the 2015 Broncos led by Von Miller. They're not that defense yet. We'll see, man. We'll see. I don't know. It's fascinating. And just for perspective, because I think 49er faithful should have, and that's why I think they're the best fans in the country. They should have, and that, I'm sure they do, perspective of what's happening. Because having a great quarterback and a great coach doesn't necessarily translate into success. Look at the Chiefs. Look at the Chiefs this year.
Yeah.
They didn't lose Mahomes to the ACL injury in week 1 or 2 or 5. It was when they were pretty much toasted. They were done. They were toasted. They had nothing left to give. And they still had Reed, and they still had Mahomes, and they had Pacheco, and they had perhaps the best receiving core they've had. And Kelsey, I know it's aging, but still. And they're out. They're out. And if you want to look across, not the Bay anymore, but if you want to look over to Vegas, Derek, they're thinking about Fernando Mendoza now.
Yeah.
And if that's the solution. So don't take this for granted.
No, 100%. It's dirty work on a Monday, reacting to the 49ers win over the Chicago Bears 42-38. We'll be joined by Matt Maiocco at 4:50. Let's take more of your phone calls. I want to hear from you, 415-808-5627. How you feeling after the 49ers win last night? It's Carlos Ramirez and Derek Papa on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
You know what time it is, Sharks fans. Time for your Teal Update. The Sharks play tonight against the Anaheim Ducks. Yeah, that's right. I said it. The Anaheim Ducks, we hate those guys. 7 o'clock at Arrowhead Pond, if they even call it the Arrowhead Pond anymore. I don't even know. But anyways, go Sharks on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, the dirty... Screw that up there. Dirty Work on a Monday. 49ers are too hot to stop now as they beat the Chicago Bears last night 42-38. And we are way behind. So, everybody on hold right now. Ed, Frank, Edgar, Corey, Jason. Hang on the line. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back for Dirty Work with Carlos Ramirez and Derek Papa on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Purdy takes the snap. He turns, play action, bootleg left. He's looking, he pumps. Now he's backpedaling. Now he touched the ball away. He's going to run. Now he's going to throw to Juszczyk for the touchdown. Touchdown, 49ers, and a beauty. And the 49ers are back in front.
And Brock is doing the Dougie again. What an absolute playground Purdy play.
I think last night Brock Purdy showed that he's a superstar. Unbelievable performance. 5 touchdowns, 3 passing, 2 rushing, and the 49ers 42-38 victory over the Chicago Bears. We want to hear from you. Let's finish up these calls before we get to Matt Maiocco at 4:50. A little speed brick here on these sports leaders. Go to Ed in Bend, Oregon, talking about the 49ers. Ed, you're on with D-Pop and Carlos Ramirez. What's up, man?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, Derek and Carlos. Before I get to my point, Derek, I have to ask you, how are you adjusting to life with the dresser?
How am I adjusting to life with the what?
How are you adjusting to life with the dresser?
Oh, the dresser. It's been an adjustment, but I'm learning how a dresser can definitely tie a room together, Ed.
Oh, that's great. Okay.
What am I missing here? I'm lost here.
It's a long thing where
internal joke. Okay.
Yeah, it's a joke that Copes had to run into the ground. Anyway, Ed, what's going on?
Okay. But also too, I want to say I want to compliment you and Cope with Dirty Work. I've listened to you guys an awful long time. Tom started to bring it out and Kyle a little bit, but I think you guys are responsible for getting Kyle to come across a little more human, a little more down to earth. And I think that's dirty work.
I appreciate that, Ed. I think that Tom and Kyle had a great rapport, but we are definitely glad to continue that tradition on.
Absolutely. So anyway, at the start of this season, I told your call screener this too. It's just that there was maybe 1 or 2 games all season long where I was confident that the Niners were going to win. It's been that kind of a season. I mean, at the start of the season, we didn't know what kind of a defense we had with all the newcomers and all that. So, and then Kittle got hurt, and then, Purdy got hurt. And so then there were all of those things thrown into the mix. But, I mean, every week, it was just like, God, do you think they can pull this off? And I know you guys felt pretty much the same way too, but they're 12-4 now. And I know that this has been addressed by some other callers too, but I have just, do I have confidence that they're going to, go all the way to the Super Bowl? No. Are they capable of it? Yes. Just because a lot of the things you've outlined, today with all the flaws that so many of these teams have. But I'm rolling with it, and I think this Seattle game is gonna tell an awful lot, and particularly in the fact that I'm in a lot of Seahawks country right now.
Yeah,
I'm kind of in minority, but this whole season has been remarkable. I've just truly enjoyed it.
No, and we appreciate the call, Ed. I mean, yeah, that's all you can ask for right now with 49er fans is just appreciate what you got right now. And yes, you have expectations now. The 1 seed's on the table, and no Patrick Mahomes in sight for the Super Bowl. The NFC may not be great, but yeah, just I like when fans are reasonable and they understand. Like, yeah, things are weird with the defense right now, but who knows? If you get the 1 seed, things could be very interesting this playoff run. Let's go out to Frank in my neck of the woods back in the day, Danville. Frank, what's up? You're on with Carlos Ramirez and Derek Papa.
Hey there, Mr. Papa. How you doing today? It's great to talk with you.
I'm doing well, Frank.
Hey, I can't stand the negativity, you guys. Look where we're at right now. We're playing football. We're playing great football. We've beaten teams left and right. We're here. Yeah, we got a torn up defense. So what? They're playing amazing. They're young. They're strong. They're good coached, well coached. They're playing as good as they can play, and they're beating teams. We should be appreciative of that. Not always talk about oh my God, we don't have a good defense. We lost Fred Warner. We lost Bosa. So what? We've implemented great players to take their spot, and we're doing well. Let's be happy about that.
All right, Frank. I mean, you know, when you watched the game last night, like, and I understand the offense is playing great right now, and we have praised the defense for guys that have stepped up. But you have to admit that right now, are you a little skeptical with the defense right now, or you think whatever at this point the offense will put up 40 points every week?
Heck no, I'm proud of them. I'm so happy that they're playing the best ball they can play, and we're beating teams. That's what I'm going to focus on. And if we win Saturday, fantastic. Let's go get the next one after that. We're playing the best we can. I'm not going to focus on, oh, my God, we got a bad defense. Okay, if that's true, let's just not go ahead and play next week. Let's just quit now. We don't have a good enough defense to play. That's all noise to me. I want to be positive and say, hey, man, my team's winning. I want to get out there and play a better game next week. I'm going to just keep going until I can. That's how it should be.
All right, Frank, fair enough. Then thank you for calling in. Frank is not entertaining the noise right now. Let's
Frank,
go.
I love it. I love it, Frank. I love it. I'm with you. I think this offense can win a Super Bowl, period.
All right, fair enough. Let's go out to Edgar in New Jersey, the power of the flamethrower. Let's go out to Edgar. Edgar, you're on with Depop and Carlos Ramirez.
Speed brick.
Hey, what's going on?
What's going on, Edgar?
So another one, huh? Look
Yeah.
at that. Purdy. You know what? McCaffrey. I can't stress that enough. Give the ball to McCaffrey. It's amazing. McCaffrey has, I said it before. He's 3 players in one. He can do it all. With that Shanahan calling, he calling plays now left and right. He just going in there, just calling. Can we beat the Bears? Can we beat the Eagles? Can we beat the Rams? Can we beat the Seahawks? That's the last few left. It's a week by week X's and O's. Niners have it now. They got a little something. The offense, can they score 40? No, but you might not need to score 40. Tight game. We got it. It's when the playoffs start, it's on. It's on. As long as you got McCaffrey and you got Shanahan dialing it up like it is, oh man, anything is possible. Looking forward to Saturday. I believe we get the number 1 seed. Make it easier. Everything goes through San Fran. It's a simple process. It's a week by week. The defense is going to be what it is. But the way Shanahan is doing it, and I told you he's coach of the year. There's no doubt about it. But when you got the best running back in the NFL, anything is possible.
Edgar, I hear you, man. But are you a little skeptical in the defense at all? I understand they had a great win last night, but do you think this is sustainable the way they're playing defense right now?
That secondary is suspect. Caliber, man, he threw a couple yesterday. He just yanked it because that boy, he yanked it, and I was like, wow, But what do we have left with quarterbacks? I mean, we played Jalen Hurts. It's week by week. With Rams, might be a little bit tougher, but you play that one game, you shut them down, you just play perfect football. And now it looks like they're just dialing it up. Shanahan is let's go for another touchdown. So it's outscoring everybody else. So do we get another 40? No, but you can win a game 21-10, 21-13. As long as we stay up on that offense, McCaffrey stays healthy. McCaffrey is the difference.
Yeah.
That's going to take us to the Super Bowl. Nothing else is going to take us to the Super Bowl but McCaffrey staying healthy.
I agree with you, Edgar.
Fellas.
No, appreciate the call, Edgar. Thank you for calling in. Yeah, I mean, Christian McCaffrey makes everything go, man. He is the reason why this offense is the way it is right now. And it's no coincidence that in 2023 they were this prolific, and then this season it's just the same or even better in my opinion. And it's crazy they're doing it without Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel, and I think you have to look back on those players. Were they great players? Absolutely. Were they great pure wide receivers? Deebo Samuel, no. I don't know about Brandon Ayuk, but I think it's just different right now where Juwan Jennings just fits this offense so perfectly, and Ricky Pearsall's coming into his own. Demarcus Robinson makes plays from time to time. But really this offense runs through Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle. It's amazing they were able to put up the production they did last night without Kittle and Trent Williams. But yeah, I think that right now, Kyle Shanahan has the mentality where we need to score every single drive. We need to have long, methodical drives in order to have the time of possession and milk the clock. That way, when we score, we're going to have the lead because we ran up so much time off.
Yeah, but when you go back, or even last night's game, I mean, the first drive they had 9 plays, 3 minutes, 3:48. touchdown. Second drive, touchdown. 3 plays, 66 yards, 121, 1 minute, 21 seconds, touchdown. Next drive, that was more reminiscent of what they've done this season. It was a 9-play, 75-yard, 4-minute, and 14-second drive. Then they had a true classic 2025 49er drive in the second quarter, a 15-play, 72-yard, 9-minute drive that also led to a touchdown that made it 28-21 San Francisco. They had another one, 8-play, 65-yarder in the third, 5 minutes. And then the final one was 7 plays, 75 yards, 3 minutes. So in the duration of last night's game, Derek, we saw both what's been the classic 49er offensive approach this season of, like you said, milk on the clock, 4 yards here, 5 yards there, 6 here, death by 1,000 cuts. But we also saw the home run, the Jawan Jennings touchdown, the McCaffrey 46-yard run. We saw them being able to score quick when they needed to, maybe even too quick, too fast. I was, for once, I even thought, a part of me said, is Jawan Jennings going to kneel down or stop dead cold in the first, in the 1-yard line to milk some clock and make maybe the Bears take a timeout or something, or just score and trust the defense? Turns out they gave him just enough to milk that win out, because I, for one, and I know both Matt, Rod Brooks, and I were watching the game in the studio, and the three of us said, that's might be too much time.
Yeah, I agree.
It was 2:14 with a 2-minute warning plus 3 timeouts. That might be too much. It turns out it was just enough for them to pull it through.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that there is such thing as scoring too quickly. And I know that's like such a ridiculous thing because you have to score. But if you do it too quickly and give it back to the defense, they could just run that clock all the way down like the Bears were. I thought they were in good position to win the game last night. They just ran out of time because they, that hook and ladder play ran enough clock off where they were down to like whatever it was, maybe
4 seconds.
4 seconds. So it kind of reminds me, do you remember the game a year ago, or not a year ago, a few years ago, Carlos, where it was the Packers? No, it was the Packers and 49ers on Sunday Night Football, where the 49ers scored with Kyle Juszczyk. I think it was 2021, early in the season. They scored with Kyle Juszczyk, and they had like 13 seconds left for Aaron Rodgers to go down the field, kick a field goal. And even then, I was like, they scored too quickly. And my friends were like, you're insane, dude. There's no such thing as scoring too quickly. In that situation,
yes, there is.
Yes, there is. Because I think that Kyle Shanahan sees it from the offensive side of it. It's like, I just gave 13 seconds to one of the best quarterbacks in all of football, and 13 seconds is enough. Go ask the Buffalo Bills years ago in that playoff game where I think it was 13 seconds again. That was enough time for Mahomes to go down the field and have that game go to overtime. Let's keep the phone lines going. Let's go to Corey in Lodi. Let's talk about Kyle Shanahan's greatness with this 49ers team. Corey, you're on with Carlos Ramirez and Depop.
Hey guys, nice talking to you. Hey, what an opportunity and exciting to be a 49er fan, because guess what, guys? We have an elite quarterback. And you know what? Kyle Shanahan knows it, and he is opening up his bag of tricks. Probably 95% now. When he went to the Super Bowl with Garoppolo, he was probably only using about 60% of his bag.
Yeah.
Now he can really open up the playbook. And one other thing that's really helping Purdy, we have a really good offensive line that is really coming into its own. And Purdy can sit back. He can do what he wants. He can think. I'll tell you what, and just like Steve Young says, Purdy, his thought process, the way he processes what's going on in the defense, you can see it in Purdy's eyes. Every time you watch him on the television, you can see he is thinking 2, 3, 4 steps ahead of everything. And I'll tell you what, this is Kyle's best quarterback that he truly trusts to really move the chains up and down the field. And I'll tell you another great thing that I really enjoy is this defense. I'll tell you, I know it looks suspect, but imagine for a second, this defense is getting a lot of reps. They're getting a lot of experience, and this defense is young, and they're going to be really good for years to come. So I'll tell you what, guys, even if we don't make it to the Super Bowl, and I'm telling you, I give it 50%, I really believe that we can go, because I'll tell you another thing. We don't have any expectations. And what happens when you don't have expectations? You can see it on the field. These guys are having
fun. And when you have fun, guess what you can do? You can roll. And you look at all the other teams. When you watch them play, you look at Josh Allen. They're not having fun.
Yeah.
Everything's under the gun. Purdy and these guys are having fun. And you listen to these guys after the game. They are excited, and I'm telling you, it's going to carry them. And for next year, could you imagine both the offense and defense being completely healthy? We will absolutely be the number one favorite to win the Super Bowl next year, whether we win this year or not. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you guys. And I'm looking forward to Saturday. And we are going take Sam Darnold down. And there's a reason why Kyle did not choose Sam Darnold, and this is why. Because look at the man we got. We have an elite Brock Purdy.
Agree,
Thanks,
Corey.
guys. Appreciate it.
Agree, Corey. Thank you for the call. I agree with Corey 100%. I think that you look around the league, there's expectations for the Buffalo Bills, even though they're not going to win that division, that they need to win this year because Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow are out. With the 49ers, yes, there are expectations. There's a little bit of pressure because the game is in their backyard, the Super Bowl. And you're not going to face, Mahomes, or you're not going to face some of these other NFC teams. A lot of teams are flawed right now. But this only makes them better for next season. And, fans don't want to hear about next season because everything's right in front of them right now. But I truly believe, just like, it's a different deal back in 1981 where they had a bunch of rookies and Ronnie Lott and Eric Wright and a lot of other guys that were playing them for the first time. But this team is playing with, pressure because they want to get the number one seed, but not like where the weight of the world is on their shoulders. They have to win this particular season.
Yeah, it's house money. It's house money. Any other team would have folded the second they lost Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, and then doubled down on the tanking once they lost Maiocco Williams. I don't know many teams that lose 3 defensive stalwarts or 2 and their first-round draft pick also on the defensive side and just say, you know what, screw it. We'll just, fold, ship this, let's mail it in, and focus on next season. And no one's done that. And the growth that everyone's getting, and I'm saying this right now, not after they lose a playoff game, if they do, and are out. I'm saying it now. So it doesn't sound like I did it with Monday's newspaper. Stout and Renaro Green and Lenore with another year. And that defensive line and the depth of the C.J. West and Alfred Collins and what Huff's done this year and Okuano and Yetur Gross-Matos. When Nick comes back next year healthy, they'll be much better. And the growth of Tatum Bethune and D. Winters. Now the question is, D-Pop, what do you do with them? Because next year, this team plays more nickel than any team in the NFL. So what do you do with Fred, D. Winters, and Bethune? Like, do you trade one? I mean, Fred's going to be here. Do you play more base with the 3 linebackers? What do you do? Because it would seem logical for them to not want to stop neither Winters or Bethune's growth or progress, but you don't sit Fred Warner. So these are the questions you now have on a really deep 49er roster that I also think needs some tinkering and improvement. Secondary play perhaps, defensive line for sure. We'll see. And something we haven't touched upon, and I think we'll do it with Matt, is offensive line play, Derek.
Yeah, no, it's definitely improved.
Man, this offensive line, it's Brendel and Pooney and Burford and Barch when they're playing, and McKivitz on the right side.
Pleasance.
For much of the season, Pleasance now filling in for Trent Williams. A lot of people were giving the offensive line some harsh critique.
Yeah, I get it.
And really, I don't think it was fair. But look at this offensive line. It might not be the Colts or the Eagles at some point, or the Broncos who have a stout offensive line. But this offensive line, for what they need to do, has done the job. Brock Purdy has pretty much been untouched. I mean, aside from the one they lost him yesterday, where I thought he was going to get dynamite. I mean, I thought he was going to be detonated. I do not know for the life of me how he saw Booker coming into him and just blast him on the back end.
That was a
side, but
hell of a hit.
Aside from that, they pretty much kept him clean and wide running gaps for McCaffrey. They have been amazing. Once Pooney got healthy, Derek, the offensive line got clicking.
No, 100%, Carlos. I agree with you on the offensive line. And as far as Tatum Bethune in the linebacking core, it's not bad to have good depth there. So I don't think they need to trade away Tatum Bethune. Just have him learn a little bit more under Fred Warner and D. Winters. Dirty Work on a Monday, reacting to the 49ers win over the Chicago Bears. Let's talk to Carlos's co-host on NBC Sports Bay Area, 49ers pre and post, Matt Maiocco, next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Niners, huge, gigantic win, 42-38 over the Chicago Bears. Keep their dreams alive for a number 1 seed and a first-round bye in the NFL playoffs. It all goes down on Saturday. Seahawks, Niners to decide the NFC number 1 seed. Keep it locked in here on the Sports Leader pregame, probably at like 2 or something. Game time, 5 on the Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We do it every week with the one and only Matt Maiocco of NBC Sports Bay Area, talking about the 49ers' 42-38 win last night over the Chicago Bears. Matt, how's it going?
It's going great. How are you guys doing?
Pretty good. So what's it like to watch a game with Carlos Ramirez in the NBC Sports Bay Area studios?
Well, it can be a little bit nerve-wracking. You never know when he's just going to yell in your ear. But there's enthusiasm. It's vibrant in there. It keeps me on my toes, and it does reinforce just how fun it is during the football season. And you know what? I mean, I was just thinking about this as I was walking my dog this morning. This might be about the most fun football season and just incredible games, especially down the stretch here. Now, it's not just the 49ers.
Yeah.
49ers have certainly had their share of games, but just around the league, it's been pretty wild. I mean, I don't know if anything could top Week 16, but Week 17 was darn good too, and really the capper Sunday night, that was about as fun as it gets watching an NFL game.
Yeah, I think you have to throw last night's game in the same category as what we saw a week ago with the Rams and Seahawks, the Lions and Steelers, the Bears, Packers. It was unbelievable football the last 2 weeks. But just focusing on the 49ers, Matt, from where this team was at the beginning of the year, in a competitive rebuild or salary dump, whatever you want to call it, to all the injuries they sustained, to now one win away from home field advantage, just how surprising has the season been to cover?
I would say very. Yeah, I would say after the Bosa injury, you kind of felt like the team had a pretty low ceiling because I questioned whether they had a good enough pass rush as it was. Who besides Bosa was going to be able to supply a pass rush? And after Bosa left the lineup, then it became just even more amplified that there were issues there. And then when Warner went down, then it was just kind of like, okay, well, and I still thought that they could make the playoffs. I thought they probably would make the playoffs, but I really did not see them as a threat to go on the road and win a game. This was during the stretch where they went loss, win, loss, win, loss, win, loss. And now it's just totally different. With the running game getting going, with Brock Purdy playing at the level that he's playing at, the defense certainly hasn't been great, but they've managed during the 6-game winning streak to do just enough to make just enough plays to have some key stops as they did last night. I mean, 2 consecutive drives at the end of the game where they kept the Bears out of the end zone, and that's all they had to do because the Bears were not capable of keeping the 49ers out of the end zone. So all the questions that 49er fans might have about, oh man, is this 49ers defense good enough to win a championship? Well, I don't know. I'm thinking, I know the Bears generate a lot of takeaways, but there's a part of me that says, based on last night, you'd rather have the 49ers defense than the Bears defense.
Hello, Maiocco again. It's you again.
Yes.
It's you again. So, on a scale of 1 to 10, how enthusiastic would you say I am watching a game, Maiocco? Hello?
Matt, you there?
Yes. Yeah, I'm here.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how enthusiastic would you say I am watching a game, man?
I don't know. I'd say maybe 17 and a half.
Buddy. I love you so much. Listen, what do we know from Trent Williams? What do we know? What do we know about Trent?
Nothing today more than last night. I think it was probably, a good thing that, he didn't try to push it. He didn't try to get back out there and play a little bit longer. Having a short week with a hamstring injury. Trent said after the game he's never had a hamstring injury before. So, through 37 years of living, this is something new to him. My guess would be it'll be Austin Pleasance on Saturday night. And as he showed, stepping in, they can win a game. They can win a game against a playoff team with him at left tackle. So I would suspect that certainly because of the kind of injury that is, they wouldn't want to take any chances with Trent Williams. And if they can pull it out and get the number 1 seed, that would give him, in essence, 3 weeks of inactivity or three weeks of physical therapy and rehab to be out there for the divisional round. But we'll see. We'll probably have a lot more knowledge about the situation with Trent Williams, with George Kittle, with Upton Stout tomorrow afternoon when the 49ers practice.
As far as George Kittle, I know we're waiting until tomorrow, but would you lean in the direction that he would play, given the fact that he tried to give it a go on Sunday night? He didn't practice all week, but just tested it through pregame warm-up. Would you say we're leaning in the direction that he may return on Saturday, or just wait too soon to tell?
I would lean toward that, yes. If he felt like there was a chance for him to play on Sunday, if they can get that swelling down, it's not a high ankle sprain, so that is definitely good news. So I would think that there'd be a really good chance of him playing. And at the same time, I was just talking about Austin Pleasance. Man, how about Jake Tonjes?
Yeah, I know.
How about the combination of Jake Tonjes and Luke Farrell? I mean, those two guys, it takes two guys to compensate for the loss of George Kittle, but those two guys are pretty darn good. And Jake Tonjes is looking like a starting caliber tight end. And that's something the 49ers haven't had. Ever since George Kittle arrived on the scene, 49ers have typically had blocking specialists as the number 2 tight end. Tonjes is quite clearly the best young receiving, I guess Jordan Reed, when the 1 year he played. But man, Tonjes really looks the part, and they would not be in this position without him. And that catch he made, basically snatching an interception away from Rico and in the end zone of week 1. So I don't think that'll play any real role in this. If Kittle's ready to go, he'll play. But it's just a nice security blanket for the 49ers to know that Farrell and Tonjes as a combination are more than capable of picking up the slack and helping the 49ers win football games.
Talking to Matt Maiocco here on Dirty Work with Dirk Papa, Carlos Ramirez. We've talked about this over the past couple of hours here, Matt. What is your understanding? And we discussed it a bit on the show on postgame last night. What's your understanding of the real or unreal possibilities? Give me a chance that Fred Warner suits up for the 49ers if they make the NFC Championship game.
Oh, I think it's real. I think it's real. A week or so ago, I would have said, there's no way they're keeping him off the field if they can somehow find a way to advance to the Super Bowl. And now I'm updating that. I think that there's a real chance that he's available January 25th if the 49ers make it. And I'd say maybe an even better chance if they get the home field advantage and the game's at Levi Stadium. It takes some of the variables out of it. But as I understand it, the surgery that he had just a couple of days after the fractured and dislocated right ankle, they put a plate in there. So the fracture part of it seems to be fine. Now it's a matter of range of motion and the ligaments and building strength in that lower leg and also endurance. But I mean, you see how he's bouncing around out there. I'm certainly not saying that he could play Saturday or the first round of the playoffs or maybe not even the divisional round. But when you think that there's still 4 weeks to go until the NFC Championship game, I think there's a real chance that he is out there. And now it's up to his teammates to do their part in this bargain and try to get there. So again, if the 49ers make a deep playoff run and extend this season, I think that we will see number 54 back out there.
Wow. Talking to Matt Maiocco on the Uma guest line. Christian McCaffrey talked about last night I was asked what makes Kyle Shanahan such a great play caller, and he was talking about how he's just so aware of what guys are doing on defense. And I also think that he learned it from his father being a great play caller in the NFL for years. Just you mentioned Jake Tonjes and Austin Pleasance having to step up this season. I think that's a testament to Kyle, but just how he's been as a play caller. Would you say at one point some people thought that maybe he was more conservative, where this year he's a little more aggressive and understands that with what he's been handed defensively, he has to be that much more aggressive as a play caller?
Yeah, I don't think the knock on him was ever conservative. I think that, he always in his offense, basically every pass play, there is an option for a deep shot. And he does like it when the quarterback pushes the ball down the field. And this year, the way the 49ers are constructed, they probably aren't as big a play. They don't rely on the big play, or maybe they're just not capable of making the big play as much as some of the teams he's had in the past. Now, after saying that, I think the Monday night game against the Colts and last night against the Bears would kind of fly in the face of that statement I just made. But no, I think he's always been aggressive. There are times I think when he does play it, with the going for it on fourth down, probably a little more conservative than a lot of the coaches. He does like to get the run game going. I know some of the knocks on him in big games and Super Bowls been that he doesn't run the ball enough, or he's trying to be too aggressive throwing the ball. But yeah, going back to what you mentioned about McCaffrey, when Kyle Shanahan broke into the league, he spent some time on the defensive side of the ball with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and so that kind of background of learning defenses, that's something that's really enabled him to thrive. And I've had other coaches tell me that there are times where he knows the assignments of the opposing defense better than even that defense knows, and he's able to kind of come up with trends and anticipate what defenses teams will call in certain down and distant situations, depending on where they are on the field. And he's able to use the defense's rules to put that team in conflict with what he's calling as a play caller. So I think we saw it really last night, how he set up throughout the course of the game, and certainly in the second half of that game, set up that crossing pattern to Juwan Jennings that wound up a 38-yard touchdown to give them the lead. It was almost like they struck too quickly there, because I think everybody looked up at the clock and said 2:15. How are the 49ers defense going to keep the Bears out of the end zone there? But I think that the closer you get to it, and the more people you talk to inside the building, especially the players, the more it's kind of hammered home just how good he is and how he puts his guys in positions to succeed.
Matt, who do you think is the biggest threat to the 49ers in the NFC? And who do you see, if the 49ers do make the Super Bowl, who do you see coming out of the AFC?
The biggest threat, I still think it's the Rams. I think that's a really good team. Stafford playing at a high level, certainly one of the top two candidates for NFL MVP. I think Puka Nacua is a tough cover. I think that Devontae Adams, if he gets back out there, it's just a really difficult matchup for the 49ers. They're three tight end set. I just think that they would be the team. I think the 49ers are capable of beating all these teams. I mean, the team I just outlined as the biggest threat, or the team that would give the 49ers the most difficult time, the 49ers have already beaten that team. So
right.
They have proven they're capable of beating all these teams. And Philadelphia, they're the defending champs. So in boxing, you have to beat the champ to be the champ. And they are the Eagles still have a puncher's chance. And they have a good defense. That offense has really struggled. But I mean, I look at that and I look at the NFC, and I would say now that we know, we basically know 6 of the teams that are going to be in the postseason, and whoever that 7th team is, which would be the 4 seed, either Carolina or Tampa Bay, just put a line through them. They're not, either one of those teams is not capable of making a deep run in the postseason, but the other 6 teams are.
Let me, you know what? Just because of what you just mentioned, Matt, and I'm going to ask you to both, Derek and Matt. Do you think the NFL should reconsider seeding in the postseason? Meaning, sure, leave the 4 championships, divisional championships, to go in automatically, but shouldn't the seeding be based off of record and not divisional championships? What do you both? Because if that stands true, whoever comes out of the South in the NFC would and should be the 7th seed in that reordering or reseeding or reshuffling of the seedings. What do you both think, Matt? You first.
Yeah, no, I believe so. Yes, I know the NFL, their stance is they don't want to devalue the division lineups, the division standings. I understand that. But yeah, I mean, it makes no sense for a team like the Panthers or Tampa Bay, a team that is so clearly inferior to the other 6 teams, to have that major advantage of hosting a playoff game. But I don't think that'll ever change.
Yeah, I'm with Matt. I don't think it's going to change. And I got to be honest, I kind of like the way it is right now. I understand that, Carolina and Tampa Bay are mediocre compared to the other NFC teams, but we've seen Seattle go into, to host a playoff game against the New Orleans Saints in years past. And I understand that they shouldn't be in the same class as these other teams, but I just kind of put value in winning your division, even if it is the lowly NFC South right now.
All right.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, that game you're talking about up in Seattle,
yeah,
that gave Seattle an unfair advantage to win that playoff game against the Saints that some would say they didn't deserve because they had a below 500 record. And then, Carlos, to your other point, on the other side of the bracket in the AFC, again, I think it is wide open. And right now, I think I would take Jacksonville or Houston over any of the other teams. I think that those 2 teams are playing really good football, and the AFC South is usually the NFC South of the AFC. It's usually the worst division. Buffalo still has a chance because of Josh Allen, but that was, I think, a disappointing performance for them against the Eagles. But I think I'd roll with Jacksonville or Houston out of the AFC.
We do it every week with Matt Maiocco of NBC Sports Bay Area. Matt, I think I'm doing the morning show tomorrow, so I guess we'll talk again.
Well,
should we just stay on the line and just
if you want to wait, I don't know.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, if you want to wait 12 hours, I think would be, I'll just ask you the same old questions, and it'll be a brand new interview.
Perfect.
All right,
Derek,
man.
I'll talk to you tomorrow morning.
Talk to you tomorrow morning.
See you soon. Thank you.
All right, Matty. See you on Saturday. Or Friday, actually, for 49ers now on NBC Sports Bay Area.
There you go. Matt Maiocco going to join us on the morning show, me and Greg Silver. And I want to talk to you, Carlos, about what I just brought up with Matt as far as Kyle Shanahan and play calling. I think Christian McCaffrey gave good perspective last night. And I got to say, I think that Kyle Shanahan is kind of right now rising above most play callers in all of football. We'll talk about it next with Carlos Ramirez and Derek Papa on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Dubs lose a pretty tough one to the Toronto Raptors yesterday. They had the lead and squandered it. They play the Nets tonight at Barclays Center, whatever it's called. The worst lit NBA arena I've ever seen. Anyways, after that game, we got boots on the ground. John Dickinson, Dubs OT with my guy, Kyle Parr. Keep it locked in here on The Sports Leader right after that game, Dubs fans.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work, keeping it funky on a Monday with the 49ers beating the Chicago Bears 42-38. Carlos Ramirez filling in for Adam Copeland. And at 6 o'clock, we'll turn you over to Niners Nightly with Larry Krueger. He's going to join us in about 5 minutes to discuss the 49ers victory. But I want to get into a little bit about what we were talking about with Matt Maiocco in the previous segment. Kyle Shanahan and his play calling right now is unbelievable. And the way that the offense is operating has been just next level. Better than what I've seen in 2023. And I know it's a short sample size, but they're averaging 36 points a game since Brock Purdy's return. And, I mean, Carlos, do they ever false start? Do they ever get penalized for illegal shift or illegal formation? And we talked about it all show long today with Austin Pleasant stepping up and Jake Tonjes. Just, Kyle Shanahan finds a way to plug and play with guys. And it's just unbelievable what he's doing right now. And I think that he's separated himself from some of the best play callers in all of football. And I know that Matt LaFleur has dealt with a ton of injuries this year with the Green Bay Packers, but they've had lulls as an offense. Even right now, I'm watching the Rams and Falcons game, and the Rams go 3-and-out on their opening possession. There's not the same urgency. Maybe it's because the Rams can rely on their defense a little bit more than the 49ers can. But I think Kyle Shanahan, I'm not going to say he's the best coach in all of football. To me, he's on the short list, maybe third overall next to McVay and Andy Reid. But I do think that he schemes it up better than anybody in football, and that includes Ben Johnson, who last night put his hat in the ring with an unbelievable performance as well.
I think he's the coach of the year this season. I understand what Vrabel did to improve and take over the AFC East. I understand and respect what Liam Cohen did as a first-time head coach in turning around a Jacksonville franchise that seemed that was just absolutely broken and shipwrecked. I understand what Sean Payton has done with Denver in year 2 of this turnaround with Bo Nix and that defense. I appreciate what Mike Macdonald has done up in Seattle with that defense and that team and changing quarterbacks and bringing, again, prominence to the Pacific Northwest. I understand what Ben Johnson has done in a franchise that has as much history as it does heartbreak. But this year, and maybe I'm putting too much stock on what it truly means, because we did this a couple of days ago, Depop, you and I.
Yeah.
Mike Shanahan didn't win this award. Mike Tomlin, which, by the way, Adam Schefter is reporting that he might not be back in Pittsburgh if they don't win on Sunday.
Really?
Again, yeah. On X, Adam Schefter reporting that there's increased belief, I think, I'm paraphrasing here, that Tomlin would be out in Pittsburgh if they do not win the AFC North on Sunday. So that's a story to keep track on. So maybe the significance of the award is minimal when you look at who's won it, how many times. Belichick has more Super Bowls than Coach of the Year awards, but still, it has to count for something. Otherwise, why have it? And I truly believe that this season, no head coach has had to overcome more, has had to shift and change, modify, adjust his approach to the game as Shanahan has. He lost his starting quarterback for half of the season, relied on his backup, and went 5-3 with him. Lost his all-star, all-pro, all-world, Hall of Fame tight end for almost half the season. Did not have Brandon Ayuk on. Lost Ricky Pearsall for half the season. You can go down the list. And he right now might have the most potent offense in football, let alone losing Warner and Bosa and Michael Williams, having to go on the free agent market to find a kicker who turned the special teams unit around, then lost said kicker, found another one with John Lynch and Matt Gay, and then put the previous kicker back in and didn't skip a beat. What's not to praise about the season he's had this year. If he doesn't, and you know what, he might lose on Saturday, and he might get the 5 seed or the 6 seed, and people will say, well, give it to Sean Payton or give it to Vrabel, who is now the odds-on favorite to win it. But man, just from a stylistic standpoint, Derek, this team went from 2018 to 2023 being a very physically imposing football team that stuck or planted their flag on the run game hill.
Yeah.
And on the yak hill. That's what they did. They would run you to death, and when you overcommitted to the run game on the defensive side, here comes the slants, the crossing routes, the crossing patterns, and here comes Debo with a 5-yard slant that turned into a 35-yard gain. And here comes George Kittle on the other side with a 10-yard air pass that turned into a 40-yard gain, and so on and so forth. Now it's different. Now it's outside the numbers. It's with McCaffrey running 3.2 or 3.5 a pop. Now it's long drive. Jawan Jennings, third and Jawan. Now it's different. It's a different approach. It's not. They're 27th in yards after the catch. So he's reinvented the Shanahan wheel, morphed into this offensive juggernaut, Derek.
Yeah, no, I would agree, Carlos. And I think that it's going to be hard for him, in my opinion, to win Coach of the Year, even though I think he's more than deserving. But I think the East Coast bias of Vrabel turning things around in New England might give him the award this season. But as you and I talked about last Wednesday, who cares at this point? Like, Kyle Shanahan doesn't need Coach of the Year. I think just as far as play calling, it's just, in my opinion, the best he's ever done it. And I know that it's his best head coaching job, but the play calling, like, I think this is the best passing offense he's ever had with the 49ers. He led Matt Ryan to an MVP season back in 2016, and that was a prolific season as far as numbers for Matt Ryan. But this is the first time where the 49ers, for the most part, or for the majority of the season, were number one in passing, and they didn't have that running game. That's been the bread and butter for the 49ers offense since 2019. That's how they were a high-scoring offense. It wasn't Jimmy Garoppolo putting up these ridiculous numbers. It was the running game. And now that he has Christian McCaffrey, he's able to do multiple things with this offense. So I don't think it's a question that Kyle Shanahan – I hear Matt. Like, back in the day, I wouldn't say that he was conservative so much, but, like, he wouldn't go for it on fourth down maybe, or he trusted his defense a little bit more. Now it's like he knows, pedal to the metal, I need to score 40 points a game. And we'll see if that's sustainable in the playoffs, but I think by far this is Kyle Shanahan's best play calling I've seen, where he's separating himself from the likes of Sean McVay, Matt LaFleur, and these other great play callers in all of football. Let's hear from Christian McCaffrey real quick. He was talking about he was asked this last night about what makes Kyle Shanahan such a great play call in the NFL.
I think his knowledge. I was actually talking with some of my family members this week, but his understanding of not just offensive football but defensive football. I think when your head coach and your offensive play caller knows defensive football just as well as anybody, it allows us to open up, stuff not just in the run game but in the pass game. He really understands gap integrity and everybody's responsibility on defense, and he sees it better than anybody. And it's, I think he plays to not just the structure of the defense but the emotions of the defense. If some guy's an aggressive guy, he knows that. And I think it's something that he was born to do. He's been doing it for a long time at the highest level. And again, like when we're in those meetings, it's like football, heaven. As a football nerd, you just learn so much every week, and it keeps you on your toes every week. It's definitely fun to be a part of it.
I mean, and to Matt's point, he's studied defenses back in the day when he was a offensive quality control coach with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And I mean, it's, as Christian McCaffrey says, he was born to do this. Yeah, because he learned from his father for a good deal of time. But that's where I think Kyle Shanahan, as Christian McCaffrey just says right there, he's a football nerd. He knows what to do. He's so aware of what the defenses are doing, and it just separates him apart from most play callers. And that's why, he realizes that he's up against it with his defense, who has to score at will. And sure enough, as we're talking right now, the LA Rams just gave up a touchdown to the Atlanta Falcons. So they might be in the same position the 49ers are right now, where they need to score as much as possible in order to win some games.
Yeah, I'm with that 100%.
No, fair enough. All right, let's catch up with Larry Krueger, host of Niners Nightly. He joined us next, talk about this 49er victory over the Chicago Bears, 42-38. It's Carlos Ramirez. It's Derek Papa on the Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Monday. Adam Copeland out, Carlos Ramirez filling in. Derek Papa reacting to the 49ers 42-38 victory over the Chicago Bears. At 6 o'clock, Larry Kruger's got you for Niners Nightly. Let's talk to Larry right now. Talk about this big-time win and a big-time matchup coming up on Saturday. Larry, what's going on, my man?
My guys, what's going on, fellas? How you guys doing?
Reacting to this big-time win. So, I know, Krug, you've been on earlier with the morning show earlier in the day, but just your thoughts last night. I thought that Kyle Shanahan was in his bag once again. Brock Purdy, me and Carlos were talking about it earlier in the day. I think a national audience, even though he was in the Super Bowl a couple years ago, this is where the narrative has changed, where people are actually giving him his due, and he's not just some system quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, now what are we going to say? It's not Brock that really got it done. It's all Tonjes and Pleasance. He's just a product of Tonjes and Pleasance. No, I mean, Brock Purdy, this is a huge surprise to me as far as I know Brock Purdy's a good quarterback, but we were told that he had turf toe.
Yeah.
We were told that he was going to come back and that it wasn't going to be any better, that he wasn't really going to get over till the end of the year. That little play to Juszczyk didn't look like turf toe to me.
No.
And this guy looks like the player that we saw in July and the player that we saw in August in training camp, who was the best version of Brock Purdy we had seen since he's been with the Niners. He looked great this summer, and then the turf toe hit, and we were told he wasn't going to be very good when he came back. And that's all bogus because he looks great. Has he ever looked better than the way he's looked since he came back from whatever that the number of weeks he was out there? And I really, I think part of it is that they gave it time to heal.
Yep.
Part of it is that we're seeing a guy who really knows this offense. And part of it is that we all are better in life when somebody can do our job and they're sitting right there ready to do it. And that's Mac Jones. Mac Jones gave the Niners two gifts. He gave them the gift of his talent, and he won 5 of the 8 games that he started, but he really gave them the gift of he is Brock Purdy insurance. Brock Purdy is an awesome competitor, and even though he'll say nice things about Mac Jones, he's competing with Mac Jones, and I don't think it's any accident, guys, that Jones completed 85% of his passes, and since that point, Purdy's been nails.
Krug, what did you see? You look at the tape, you devour it, you're a fan of it, you do a great job every single time. Were you able to go back and look what was such a pleasant surprise, and what were they able to do without Trent?
Well, Carlos Trent is obviously one of the greatest tackles that has ever played the game, and he's one of the great tackles of his era. And Pleasance looked amazing in minicamp in the OTAs, but when it got to training camp, he was just getting beat like a drum in the one-on-ones. He was getting beat by speed. Guys were beating him around the edge, dipping their shoulder. He was whiffing on guys. He whiffed on Bryce Huff more than a few times this summer. And then he was getting worked pretty good by power as well, despite the fact he's 6'8", 6'7", 330. But in this game, man, he was – I would love to have talked to him. He was doing an interview with SiriusXM after the game. I didn't have a chance to talk to him about it. But I talked to Colton McKivitz and I talked to Don Pooney. And they said that, the guy is talented and he was ready to roll. But imagine what's going through his mind. I mean, you haven't played at all since August.
Yeah.
And people are saying, oh, he's played in practice. That's practice, man. He has not played in a game. Yeah. Iverson just checked in. He said that's not a big deal. No, but no September, no October, no November. It is almost January. And this guy last played in August. And for him to step in for the best offensive lineman of his generation, national TV, number 1 seed on the line, the nation watching, and to play the way he played, I thought he was fantastic, man. I thought he was absolutely fantastic. He was above and beyond any of our expectations as far as what he could do.
Talking to Larry Krueger on the Uma guest line. He's going to be joining you for Niners Nightly later tonight at 6 o'clock. As far as the offense, Krug, they've been unbelievable the last few weeks, and they've been a great passing offense for the majority of the season, but could get the running game going. How much more lethal do you think they are now with the added element of now Christian McCaffrey getting over 100 yards in back-to-back games?
Yeah, they're running it well when it's time to run it well. And, Pooney, I think, was banged up early with the groin. You had Connor Colby starting early in the year. I think we need to give some applause and praise to Spencer Burford, who has stepped in at left guard and done a really, really nice job. McKivitz is having, he's not going to make the Pro Bowl. He didn't make the Pro Bowl, but it was a great goal, and he had a terrific year. Trent's having a great year. So I think this offensive line's coming together. It wasn't just CMC. Brian Robinson went for 5.5 a carry. So, they ran it well with Sky Moore last night. So you know, Christian, the great thing about Christian is that, he's a Hall of Fame type player and he's healthy. And the calendar is turned to, almost January and he's healthy. And that's bad news for the rest of the NFL playoff teams.
What did you see from Caleb? Did you expect that kind of performance? Did Salas do something wrong in terms of, we saw a lot of blitz, especially that slot corner blitz that he diced up, Caleb did with Ben Johnson. Could he have done anything different? I know he's undermanned and he doesn't have the talent to do the things he would like to do, and that's not a knock on who's playing. It's just reality. But what did Caleb do well, and what could have Salah and the defense do differently, if anything?
Well, I mean, Caleb is playing with a lot of poise right now, and Ben Johnson has packed him full with a lot of confidence. Ben is a great play caller. It seemed like, and I haven't gone through the all 22 like I will later on today, but, I've rewatched the game, and there was just an awful lot of passes to the sidelines, and there was an awful lot of space on that sideline. And, and it seemed like they just peppered the Niners with pass after pass to the sidelines, runs to the edges. And the Niners are just going to have to be better. I mean, they're just going to have to be better. Their linebackers are going to have to cover better. I think they really missed Upton Stout. Nothing against Chase Lucas, but all these people jumping up and down going, Chase Lucas, bench Upton Stout. Wrong. Upton Stout's way better than Chase Lucas. And he had to play a lot in this game. And Stout got an injury. So that, I think, hurt the Niners quite a bit. As far as that's what I thought the positives of Caleb, right? He's athletic. He got the ball short to Luther Burden, who's really good run after the catch, and Burden had a big night. But as far as Caleb's going to be better in 2 years than he is right now. Brock Purdy's just further down that road. He's a more efficient, advanced quarterback than Williams. But Williams has got a lot of juice. As a runner, as a thrower, he's got a lot of poise. He's got a lot of moxie. The one thing I thought was interesting, though, and I saw it in the stats before the game, and I mentioned it to Copes and the crew in the pregame, is that Caleb Williams' completion percentage when throwing on the run was 25%. And sure enough, second half of this game, there was a couple opportunities where he had to throw on the run, and he missed these passes by 10 yards. I mean, he had one on Colston Loveland where he had Loveland absolutely wide open on the sideline. He threw it 3 yards past him and 2 yards out of bounds. So, I mean, he can run and he can throw. That throw to Loveland on the touchdown was a freaking laser. That was an amazing throw. But he can't throw on the run. And it's kind of an art form. And, Ben Roethlisberger was awesome, believe it or not, at that size. When he would run, he was very accurate throwing on the run. And it's a skill set. It has to be developed, and Caleb doesn't have it yet.
To that point, Krug, I mean, we've been talking about the defense for a lot of shows now. You and I were talking about it before Thanksgiving, that it's an issue. And last night, great offensive performance, but last night you see the flaws in this defense. At the same time, you see around the league, and Seattle has a good defense, Philly has a good defense, but we're watching the Rams and Falcons right now, and they're down 7-0, and the Falcons went right down the field. So I'm torn where I don't know if you need a great defense, the NFC, to win this year, but also based on what I've watched in playoff football, it's going to be different. The 49ers probably don't put 40 points up in the postseason. You need the defense to play better. So do you think this is sustainable, the way they're playing defense right now?
Sustainable in that they're going to win 42-38 shootouts.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I don't think they're going to become the Houston Texans before the playoffs start. I mean, I don't know if you saw Texans-Chargers, but I mean, the Texans snuffed out the Chargers like a candle.
Right.
I think the Niners are going to have to play defense. Saleh said it to us a couple weeks ago. He's like, hey, guys, I'm so done with looking at yards. In other words, we're a bend but don't break defense. We're all about points and not allowing points. So that means that you're going to have to get some turnovers. You're going to have to punch the ball out, and you're going to have to jump some routes, and you're going to have to roll the dice and take some chances. Keon White, who was Lynch's trade acquisition, was the highest graded defensive player in the game last night by PFF. They didn't get close to sacking Caleb. No sacks of Caleb. I don't even think they got close. They had 3 hits on him all night. So is it sustainable? The 49ers I don't think Fred's coming back. I don't. Even though I talked to him briefly on his way out of the stadium. He'd love to come back. He wants to come back. He's trying to come back. I just don't think it's going to happen. And that's just me. I'm just skeptical about that. But it's ironic that the Niners have the best coverage linebacker individually, because collectively without him, they're just a mess. I mean, they don't have coverage guys. So they're going to have to rely on some turnovers and some big plays. Salah's going to have to really play some games up front. They're going to have to mix coverages. They're going to have to mix looks. They're going to have to mix pressures. I mean, they're going to have to just, Robert is going to earn his money tenfold between now and the end of the year. I don't know if it's sustainable. I think the 49ers, the one thing about the Niners is they can put up 40. They can put up 40. So if you put up 40, you can allow 30 and win by 10, so it's just going to take a total team effort. It's never going to look pretty. It's not going to be a picture, it's not going to be picture perfect at all, but it's going to be predicated on turnovers. They're going to have to be able to get some turnovers. And let's be honest, they're not going to face an offense with this kind of a play caller, with these kinds of weapons every week. This Bears team's pretty prolific.
All right.
Yep.
All right. Well, Larry, we'll listen to you on Niners Nightly tonight. What you got in store for us?
Yeah, we got a great show tonight. In fact, right off the rip, we're going to have the hated one, Dave Softy Mahler.
Oh, nice.
Sports hate, though. Sports
Yeah,
hate,
of course.
I mean, it's not, we love Dave. And maybe we even may rib him about his Princess Leia action figure collection because he's a big Star Wars nerd. But Dave's going to join us off the rip at 6 o'clock. And, normally I like to look back and then look forward, but Dave has a tight schedule. He had to go somewhere for dinner later in the hour. So he's going to jump in right off the rip. We're going to talk Niners Seahawks, and then I'll get into a little review of last night's Niners win over the Bears in the rest of the hour. And we'll take some phone calls as well at 808 KMPR.
Nice. Well, tune in to Niners Nightly with Larry Krueger at the top of the hour. Crew, thanks as always, man.
Thanks, guys. Have a great one.
You too, man. All right, we'll put a bow on this one. We'll put the show to bed with Carlos Ramirez filling in for Adam Copeland on Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Tis the season, bowl season that is, on the Sports Leader. We have 12 bowl games on our airways in the next 4 days. Independence Bowl, Music City Bowl, Alamo Bowl, Reliant Quest Bowl, Citrus Bowl, Cotton Bowl. Those are the playoffs, baby. We got the Orange Bowl, the Rose Bowl, the Sugar Bowl. Those are some more playoffs, baby. We also got the Armed Forces Bowl, Liberty Bowl, and topping it all off, the Duke's Mayo Bowl. Don't put mayo in your coffee on the Sports Leader.
It's a lot of bowls.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the sports leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
Putting the show to bed on a Monday. Carlos Ramirez, Derek Papa, putting a bow on this thing we call dirty work. And Larry Krueger will have you with Niners Nightly at 6 o'clock. And then after that, once the Warriors and Nets game goes final, a little Dubs OT action. The Warriors are currently leading the Nets 62-60. After yesterday, they blew a terrible lead, or they blew a lead, but a terrible loss to the Toronto Raptors yesterday. So haven't even had a time to process that during the NFL games. But I'm sure we'll get into that tomorrow, as I'll be back with Greg Silver hosting mornings from 7 to 11. Can't get rid of me. So we'll put a bow to this one. We'll take things over. We'll hand things over to Larry Krueger for Niners Nightly. Let's do a little note to self before we end things. Jacob, you got a note to self?
I do. No Tim Webb, no Copes, no problem, boys. This show is probably a little less dirty, but a little less work too.
I would say so as well. Carlos, you got a note to self?
Yeah, I got a note to self.
Note to self.
Note to self. When you do the show from home, I gotta fix my background better. I think my Funkos are I think I gotta do a better job of having a better background. That's my bad. Sorry. I'll be better for the YouTube stream next time. I promise.
No, I think it was fun. We got a nice shot of your car, and then a good shot of your bed.
That's not my car, but yeah, it's a car, not my car.
Sorry,
it's a car.
You wish you had your car. You wish you had that car. That's why it's over your bed right now.
Yeah.
All right, a little note to self.
Note to self.
I slaughtered Danny Dunn in the KNBR Fantasy Football League thanks to Derrick Henry's 50-point performance on Saturday night. 4 touchdowns, over 200 yards. And now, I'm your back-to-back KNBR Fantasy Football champion.
Bravo.
3 out of 4 seasons here at KNBR. I got my own dynasty going on.
Phenomenal.
And I think Jacob and everybody else involved in the KNBR League should, pay attention to football a little bit more and less on baseball, everybody. That's all I got to say about that. All right. That's going to do things for Dirty Work here today. Carlos, thank you so much for filling in, not only today, but last Wednesday on Christmas Eve as well.
Thank you, brother.
All right, man. Well, let's hand things off to Larry Krueger for Little Niners Nightly. You listen to KNBR, the sports leader.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Go, yeah. I don't want to do your dirty work no more.
It's time to bring the 49ers to the forefront.
It's go time. This is the best team that they can put on the field this year.
Welcome to Niners Nightly.
You guys are going to hear it. The latest from the locker room, the latest from the podium, the latest scuttle from the players.
On your proud home of 49ers football. Touchdown! KNBR, the sports leader. Your faithful fix with your host, Larry Krueger, begins.
We'll take phone calls. We'll talk Niners for a full hour. Fired up. Really excited.
Now.
And away we go. Welcome to Niners Nightly. Larry Krueger back with you. Happy Monday, December the 29th. I hope all of you had a phenomenal Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, whatever it is that you celebrate. Happy holidays. And I hope you had a great one. New Year's is just around the corner. We got nothing but bowl games the rest of the week. This is the only Niners Nightly for the week. Here we are. You've got a Tuesday Niners Nightly, less a Wednesday. I believe there's bowl games. We'll have New Year's Day. We've got New Year's Eve. So anyway, no more Niners Nightly the rest of this week. Now, we will be with you on Saturday for 49er Forecast. As we look ahead, that will be game day, unbelievably. Another short week for the 49ers. And that's where we're going to start tonight. The showdown that is the second go-round of Niners Seahawks. Way, way back. When I looked at the schedule way back at the beginning of the year, I thought, wow, look at this schedule. The 49ers play the Seahawks in week 1, and they don't play them again until week 18. And I'm like, that's kind of strange. They may not get a real representative feel of what the Seahawks team is like, because you're playing them in that first game up there. And then, of course, Jake Tonjes was the star of that game, and the 49ers won 17-13 with a 10-point fourth quarter. It was 10-7 Seattle going, or it was, I believe, it was 10-7 Seattle at halftime. It was 10-7 going to the fourth. And the Niners win the fourth quarter 10-3 to win the game 17-13. So that Seahawk team was just kind of starting to figuring it out, and they really got better from there. Now, in that game, JSN, Jackson Smith, and the Jigba had 9 catches for 124 yards on 13 targets. But the Niners in that game shut down the run. They had Bosa. They had Warner. They were fully stocked on defense. And they held Charbonnet at 3.9 a carry. They held K9, Kenneth Walker, to 2 yards a carry. And Seattle really didn't run it all that well. 26 carries for 84 yards, 3.2 a carry. Now, the Niners didn't run it well either, but Ricky Pearsall had a big week 1, 4 catches for 108 yards. He was huge. Kittle scored a touchdown. Tonjes had that late touchdown. And the 49ers got another strong, the 2 leading tacklers for the 49ers back in that week 1 game against Seattle were Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. And obviously neither of those guys, and that duo combined for 4 tackles for loss, a sack, and 14 tackles, and 10 of them were solo. So they don't have those guys, as we all are well aware of. So this is going to be a major challenge. And I could have swore that the opening line said Niners -1.5, but the current line says Seahawks -1.5. So we're hoping to catch up with Dave Softy Mahler. I don't know if we don't have Dave on the line yet, but we're efforting to connect with Dave. And hopefully we'll do it. If we don't wind up doing it tonight, hopefully we'll get him on tape, and we'll maybe run it Saturday on 49er Forecast. But overall, what a great win last night for the 49ers. And I don't know if they can beat Seattle or not, but I'm not going to bet against Brock Purdy at this point. Brock Purdy's playing well. And, man, he played well in that week 1 game up there. 24 of 33 for 303 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 pick. And then he also had 2 rushing touchdowns. So he had 5 touchdowns the last time the Niners and Seahawks got together. And he's had 5 touchdowns in each of the last 2 weeks. Brock Purdy is playing amazing football. Now, we said it in July and August. Man, this guy looks good. He looked really, really good in training camp. Better arm strength than I ever remembered. More downfield throws than I ever remembered. He was making countless throws with Demarcus Robinson, Jordan Watkins, Purdy to Kittle. We were starting to get the first glimpse of, what it looks like now that Brock's moved to Nashville and these guys trained together in the offseason. Purdy to Kittle was obviously on a different plane this summer. You could see it right away. I mean, you could just see it right away. George is in his prime. Brock's in what I would call the super prime, in that 24 to 27 range, you know what I mean? And he's right there in it. And it looked like he had taken his game to the next level. And sure enough, he comes out in week 1 against Seattle and looked amazing. Then he suffered the turf toe. And then all of a sudden he came back against Jacksonville and he didn't look very good. He really didn't look very good. And then Mac Jones came in and he started 8 games and he went 5-3. And in the last game, he completed 85% of his passes. So, I mean, really, really, Mac Jones, I think, is the savior of the season. I think he really gave the Niners 2 things. He gave them a great Dave said he had his ringer off. He texted me and said, give him a call again. He's ready now. So we'll have Jacob give him a call now. But, Brock Purdy really, I think Mac Jones saved this season. He won 5 of the 8 games that he started. But Brock Purdy's greatest trait is he is ridiculously competitive. And having Mac Jones right there, I mean, we're all better if we're staring at somebody sitting right behind us who can do our job as good or better. If somebody's right there in the bullpen, the guy on the air at KMBR is going to be better. There's a guy in the bullpen that can replace him. The guy on the air is going to be better, just the way it is. All right, let's go to the UMA guest line for Dave Softy Mahler because the showdown is coming up Saturday at Levi's. The Seahawks and their incredible defense rolling in to take on the Niners, and Dave is rolling in on the UMA guest line. Dave, great to talk to you. Thanks for making time for us. It's the showdown, the Week 18 showdown. We weren't sure if Week 18 was going to have meaning. It has meaning, brother.
Yeah, well, first of all, I apologize for being late. Apparently, to answer your phone, you have to realize it's ringing. It's a new thing. I just picked it up myself. So I apologize for the delay. But, what's funny, dude, is that for months and months, weeks and weeks, it was all about the Seahawks and the Rams, and the Niners just kept hanging around, man. All these crazy injuries you guys got down there, everything you've gone through, you kept hanging around, and now we're going to see each other on Saturday night. I don't know why this game is not Sunday night. I think it's ridiculous that, the Seahawks flying back from the East Coast, obviously, number one seed in the line. You would expect that the NFL would want both teams to be as rested as possible. Playing this game on Saturday seems a little bit idiotic to me, but whatever. So we're ready to rock and cannot wait for Saturday at 5 o'clock, big boy.
Well, tell us, Dave, about this Seahawk team. They're 13-3. They're almost better on the road, right? They're 7-1 on the road, but we haven't seen you guys since week 1, and I'm sure there have been a lot of changes since then. It's still Darnold, it's still JSN, but it looks like Charbonnet is kind of more the number one back than Walker, or is it really a 50-50 split?
No, Charbonnet's kind of become the guy, and I don't know, man. I got to think that Kenny Walker, K9, might be on kind of his last legs in Seattle, It just doesn't make any sense to me. I don't get it. I mean, I look at Kenny Walker, and I see a guy that should be catching, 40, 50 passes a year out of the backfield, kind of using him the same way that the Niners use McCaffrey, and that just, for whatever reason, has not materialized, man. So, they've got a nice 1-2 punch with K9 and Charbonnet, but I kind of feel like Charbonnet's overtaking Kenny Walker as kind of the number one dude, and they trust him a little more, maybe in pass pro than they do Kenny Walker. For whatever reason, they just don't want to give Kenny Walker the football like we all think he deserves to get the football. I mean, this is a guy who obviously, has not had more than, 15 carries more than 1 or 2 times the entire year. And that's going back early in the season. So it really has been the Zach Charbonnet show. There's no question about that. But it's funny that you mentioned that there's been a lot of changes to this football team since week 1, and there really haven't been a lot of changes. I mean, they went out and they got Rashid Shaheed at the deadline, from the Saints, and he kind of basically won the Rams game with that punt return touchdown and that jet sweep on the next drive that put him in the, field goal range. But outside of him, it's the same team that you guys saw in week 1. It's the same offensive line. It's the same secondary. There really have not been any real changes to anything of note, except for going out and getting Rashid Shaheed and getting a couple of guys maybe healthy again. But this is pretty much the same team that you guys saw in week 1. They're just playing better.
Darnold's been sacked 7 times the last 2 weeks. Is that on him? Is it on the O-line? I mean, he's had some weird games. He's had a 4-pick game this year against the Rams. How do you feel about Sam Darnold? How do the Seahawk fans up there feel about Darnold in the year he's had?
I think a lot of people are nervous about him. He's giving the ball away way too much. I mean, I think everybody agrees with that. I mean, he's got more turnovers and more giveaways than any quarterback in the NFL when you include fumbles and interceptions. We actually had a conversation the other night after your game, after the Bears game, about, which fan base trusts their quarterback more. And for as much crap as some people down there I know have been giving Purdy over the years, I get the sense that Niner fans probably trust Brock Purdy as a whole more than Seahawks fans trust Sam Darnold right now. But here's the thing. They're continuing to win games. I mean, the guy gives the ball away, at an alarming rate, but the defense just keeps bailing them out over and over and over and over again. I mean, you go back to that loss against the Rams, that 21-19 loss back in the middle of November against the Rams. And, since then, Sam Darnold's got 8 interceptions. He's got a couple fumbles, obviously, to 8 touchdowns. So he's not been great. He's got a passer rating of barely over 80 in the last 7 games, but they're 6-1. in those 7 games. I mean, again, Larry, if I would have told you a month and a half ago that Sam Darnold's going to have a 7-game stretch where he's got a passer rating of 81.5 with 15 sacks and 8 touchdowns and 8 picks and barely over 7 yards of throw, you would have thought the Hawks were terrible. But they're not. They're 6-1 because their defense is just unbelievable, man. Their defense will kind of remind a lot of people of what the defense looked like in 2013 when they played you guys in the NFC Championship. I mean, they just don't allow points, man. I mean, the 37 points they gave up against the Rams, was a anomaly, for this football team. They just don't do things like that. So Sam Darnold gives the football away a lot, but the defense, dude, Larry, every time just bails this guy out right and left. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, no, it's a really good defense. One quick one on JSN. He is spectacular. And you guys had DK Metcalf, and I'm sure, especially in the last couple of weeks, you're probably thrilled that you no longer have DK Metcalf. But how have teams tried to take JSN away? Because, Kupp's there, but he's an older guy. Now you got a legitimate second guy in Rashid Shaheed. But are teams doubling JSN, or is there any team that's had success taking him away at all?
No, and it's crazy. It just defies logic. I mean, I've been sitting here for the last 2 months just waiting for someone to bracket this guy, waiting for someone to press this guy, waiting for someone to put an elbow right in his mouth in the line of scrimmage and, pop a forearm into his chest on the line of scrimmage, and nobody's been able to do it, dude. It's incredible. They just every single week, the guy is good for, 8-9 catches and 85, 90 plus, if not 100 plus yards and a touchdown. It's just amazing what this guy's been able to do. And I don't really understand it. Nobody's been able to take him away, either A, because they're concerned about Cooper Kupp, or they're concerned about Rashid Shaheed, or they're concerned about A.J. Barner, who has kind of come on a little bit as of late as their number 1 tight end. But, I mean, he's not a real gigantic threat in the passing game. So I'm just kind of baffled, man, as to how this guy every single week continues to just dominate opposing defenses. And honestly, I mean, I'm not trying to be a smartass here, but I mean, watching your defense just get picked apart by Caleb Williams last night, I wouldn't have a lot of confidence the Niners can slow this guy down on Saturday because nobody else has. I mean, the guy got you for, 9 and $124 in the opener. And he's a better player now than he was in week 1. He just keeps dominating every single week. So I think the Hawks are kind of drooling a little bit. Man, they have not been right offensively for the most part consistently in the last 3 games. They had the great fourth quarter in the overtime against the Rams, a couple weeks ago on Thursday night, but they won a game against the Colts where they didn't even score a touchdown. Their offense was kind of fumbling around a little bit in Carolina on Sunday. I think a lot of Seahawks fans, including me, look at your defense from Monday night and think, man, this might be the night where Sam Darnold and Jackson Smith and Jigba and all these guys kind of get right a little bit, because that was like watching a freaking hot knife through butter, watching the Bears dominate that Niner defense on Monday.
No, I know. I mean, it's just that there's almost no resistance, and it's like the Niners are almost in a got to outscore their opponent mode.
Right.
And now here comes Seattle with their killer D. You were there, front and center for the Legion of Boom and Pete and the Super Bowl run and the multiple appearances in the bowl. How would you compare, Dave, that defense that had, awesome Earl Thomas and Cam Chancellor and really great secondary? How would you compare that D to this D?
Well, that defense probably had 3 Hall of Famers in Richard Sherman, Earl Thomas, and Bobby Wagner. This defense does not have that, right? This defense is more about the scheme and communication. It's the star. The show is the coach, and Mike McDonald. And it really has been amazing to watch. Go back to the bye last year. The Hawks were kind of, middling, their way around the NFL, and they had a bye and they had a team meeting led by Julian Love, if I'm not mistaken, who said, this crap ends now. And that was the week after the bye last year where the defense really kind of stepped it up and just started communicating better and found a way to start shutting people down. And they've been truly elite since that bye last year. I mean, look at the numbers, man. Look at the yards. Look at the points per game allowed. Look at the takeaways. I mean, the sacks. I mean, DeMarcus Lawrence was kind of done. He was DOA. His career was over. And he comes to Seattle, and the guy's a one-man freaking wrecking crew. I mean, these guys are 19-5 in their last 24 games going back to last year, and 4 of the 5 games they've lost have come by 4 points or less, and it's because of their defense. Mike Macdonald is the absolute star of this show. Everywhere he goes, whether Michigan or the Baltimore Ravens or now Seattle, his defense is kicking ass, and it's the scheme, dude, because, again, they've got a couple of decent names on this football team. Devin Witherspoon's a good player. Ernest Jones is a good linebacker. You know, Tariq Woolen's really kind of turned things around the last maybe couple of months. But, you know, there's no, first ballot Hall of Famer in his prime on this defense the way we had in 2013. That football team was full of stars, man, in 2013. So it really has been pretty fun and pretty impressive to watch, because the hiring of Mike Macdonald after they fired Pete Carroll has paid instant dividends, especially for that defense.
Yeah, I mean, they had guys like Michael Bennett, Cliff Averill, and they don't have those guys.
Those
Who
guys
would
were
you say?
backups on that 13 team, by the way.
Oh,
they weren't
I know,
even starters
I know.
on that team. That's how deep that line was.
Oh, it's a crazy line. Who is, if I said to you, the best player, regardless of position on this defense, if an NFL pro personnel director was drafting Seattle defenders, who would be the first pick?
Probably Devin Witherspoon. He's probably the best. He's one of the better lockdown corners in the NFL. But he's a different player when Julian Love is out there, man. Julian Love was out of the lineup for a few games in October, November. And Devin Witherspoon was kind of getting picked on a little bit. I mean, when I say picked on, I mean that in context of he still was a very good player. But now with Julian Love back there, he's an elite player, right? I mean, so I would say Devin Witherspoon. I would say Ernest Jones after him. Byron Murphy, defensive tackle, is the guy that probably got snubbed out of a Pro Bowl appearance and deserves to be a Pro Bowl player. But, Devin Witherspoon, to me, if you were to say who's the star of that show, who's the one guy that you got to have locked in and that you would extend to a 4 or 5 year contract for top tier money, I'd say Witherspoon. So I think the matchup of Witherspoon against those wide receivers on Saturday night, to me, is one to watch. And then if George Kittle plays, obviously, right, we'll see what those linebackers can do against George Kittle. But Larry, I'm telling you, man, this scheme is so good. This defense is so fundamentally sound that seeing them get pushed around by anybody is just a major surprise. That's why we were so stunned by what was happening in that Ram game a couple weeks ago on Monday night. I mean, Sean Payton was making Mike Macdonald look ridiculous in the first 3 quarters of that game, and then something clicked, man, with the punt return by Rashid Shaheed, the pressure on Stafford. I have no idea what it was, but Mike Macdonald since then has been red hot.
Is it a 3? I mean, technically it's a 3-4 defense, isn't it? But I mean, they kind of look like a 4-3 look, right? Because you got Lawrence, kind of he's a rusher. I mean, he's not dropping into coverage. Do you look at this as a 3-4? Or do you look at this as kind of a, there's a lot of downs. I'm watching Seattle, Dave. They got a 5-man surface across the front. They almost look like a 5-2 kind of front. How would you describe their front?
I think they just have a lot of guys that are versatile along their front 7. And that's what makes this defense so good, is that you never know where guys are going to end up, right? Like, you never know where Leonard Williams is going to end up. You never know where Drake Thomas is going to end up. And people don't even really know who Drake Thomas is, for crying out loud. Ty Okada, is a FCS player who's been phenomenal for them at free safety. Josh Jobe, one side, the other side of Devin Witherspoon, has been unbelievable. Chenna Nwosu, who was banged up a year ago, ever since he's been back, he's been playing all over the place. So they're really versatile. They kind of remind me of a college defense in some ways, where they've got guys that can play multiple positions, inside, outside. They can cover the flat, they can cover the seam. They've got guys that can do multiple things, and there's not many defenses in the NFL like this Seahawks defense. And I don't know why so many defenses have a hard time picking up on that in doing that and mirroring what the Seahawks are doing in Seattle. It might just be finding the right talent, but for some reason, Mike Macdonald's scheme and his unbelievable elite communication, which really is what makes this defense great. You rarely see guys out of position. You rarely see guys beaten badly. You rarely see wide open players against this Seahawks defense, man. We saw a lot of that, as you know, last night against Chicago, and you rarely see that with a Seahawks defense. Every time a ball player or a pass catcher or a running back in the flat ends up catching a ball, there's always somebody right there to make a play. You don't see this team miss a lot of tackles. They're very fundamentally sound, and they swarmed the ball. That's how they remind me a little bit of what 2013 was all about. But I think 2013, as much as I love Pete Carroll and that single high defense he played with Earl Thomas, they were just full of phenomenal talent. And this football team's got talent. Don't get me wrong, but not like that, man. I know I've said it a couple times here, Larry, but the scheme is the star.
Yeah, I mean, and we saw it a couple of years ago on Christmas night when the Ravens rolled in and befuddled the Niners and started blitzing guys off the edges and taking advantage of the Niners' condensed formations and really bothering the quarterback, dropping guys into the middle of the field. And they had some tremendous players, and they got a big win against the Niners that night. Two last ones, because I know you got dinner plans. I'll let you go.
No, we're good. We're good.
Okay, Nick Emanwari. He was the freak of freaks in the draft. And I listened to all these different draft nicks, and he's an outside backer. He's a strong safety. Now this guy's a press man corner. No, he can play the nickel. The reality is he's just huge and fast and maybe one of the great athletes we've seen come into the draft in years. And he is balling out, is he not? Talk to us about Emanwari, what you think of him.
Well, it's really funny because I was at the Ram game a couple weeks ago, and there was a guy sitting a couple rows in front of me. I like to sit in the stands. I don't know about you, but I find the press box to be very stuffy. Anyway, I'm sitting in the stands, and there's a guy in front of me wearing a Jamal Adams jersey. And Jamal Adams is kind of like, persona non grata in Seattle, right? Kind of a clown. A lot of people remember Jamal Adams as kind of a bust, a big-time, kind of underwhelming failure after giving up 2 first-round draft picks for him. So, to see a guy wearing a Jamal Adams jersey is like, what are you doing, man? Really? Like, there was nobody else available in the closet that night to bring out. You couldn't find a Steve Largent or a Cortez Kennedy or something. What the hell, man? But my point is that Nick Emanwari is playing and doing everything that we were hoping Jamal Adams was going to do, right? He can cover. He can rush the passer. He can take on tight ends. He can fill the gap. There's literally nothing that this guy can't do. He's like a faster, stronger, more updated, newer version of Cam Chancellor. He's not as big as Cam Chancellor was, Larry, but this is 10 years later. And this guy is unbelievable. I mean, he'll blow people up in the flat. He will literally hurt people. He will make highlight plays every single night that if the NFL was still celebrating, like they did that jacked up segment back in the day, he'd be on that segment every freaking week on ESPN. So he's doing everything that we were hoping that Jamal Adams could do. Jamal Adams could rush the passer, 100 times a year and get 10 sacks, but he couldn't do anything else. Nick Emanwari is a complete player, and it shocks me that he fell as far as he did in the draft, man.
Oh, man, you jogged a thought because Cortez Kennedy, the late Cortez Kennedy, was a friend of mine. We did a couple football camps together, and Tez, who everybody called him Tez. Tez was what a guy, dude. What a guy.
Great dude.
He was a special dude. He's a very special dude. You mentioned McDonald. I mean, what's he like to cover? Is he good in the media? Does he do stuff with you guys on the radio? What do you think of him as far as how he comes across?
He's not like Pete Carroll. I mean, I'll just say that. And that's okay, right? I mean, Pete Carroll was one of the all-time great communicators, salesmen, marketers in college football and in the NFL. When you combine that with a guy who clearly knew how to coach and clearly knew how to motivate people and lead people and get people to believe in themselves. I mean, he was the ultimate player's coach. He made everybody feel like they were a part of what was going on over at the Seahawks. And Mike Macdonald is not like that at all. I mean, if I were to describe Mike Macdonald's personality, I would probably tell you that he's kind of boring, to be honest with you, right? I mean, he doesn't really offer a lot to the media, doesn't really say a lot. He's not very quotable. You know, you don't really often hear a lot of great quotes coming out of Mike Macdonald. He's close to the vest, doesn't really reveal a lot in the press. I mean, he's only, 36, 37 years old, but he doesn't really give you a lot. So he's just all football. And I've heard behind the scenes with Mike Macdonald that he's a massive ball buster. You know, he's gonna get on you. He's not really like Pete Carroll in that regard. You know, we had a couple of players in Torrey Horton and Julian Love that were trying to, mend themselves and avoid the IR. And I think Mike Macdonald is kind of you're not hurt. Get your ass out there, rub some dirt on it, get back in there. We're not putting you on the injured list, for God's sakes. And then all of a sudden, they got no choice but to put these guys on the injured list. So 4 games, 4 weeks becomes 6 weeks because they wait to get these guys on the IR. So, it's clearly paying off. Whatever he's doing behind the scenes is really paying off. I mean, they gave up and they quit on Ryan Grubb, their offensive coordinator, after 1 year, as you know. Went out and got Clint Kubiak, made a couple changes to their offensive line, and they got a new quarterback, and things are all of a sudden totally different for this offense. They lead the league in scoring, #1 point differential, because what they saw after a year with Ryan Grubb, they felt like wasn't working, and there's no way they were going to allow that to continue. So they said, the hell with it, fired him after a season, went out and got Kubiak, and now you see the difference.
Yeah, I mean, Clint Kubiak, Clay Kubiak. I mean, they're brothers, and the Niners OC is Clay, right, and the Seahawks OC is Clint, and they both may get head coaching gigs. 2 last ones on your way out. Brock Purdy. Give me your perspective on Brock Purdy. You just watched him last night. There are people that still say that he's this or that. Last time we talked a couple years ago, and you made the comparison between him and Russell and having a quarterback on a rookie deal. Obviously, those days have gone. He's no longer on that rookie deal, but give me your thoughts on Purdy and what you see from afar.
Well, I'll just tell you what I said to you last time I was on the air with you. I think if you're a Niner fan and you're wishing for something better than Brock Purdy, I think if you're getting on Brock Purdy, I think you're an idiot, I mean, I think there's half the league would cut their hand off to have Brock Purdy as their quarterback right now. Like, do you watch football? Do you watch the NFL? Do you see the crap at quarterback that some of these teams have to roll out there every single weekend, and you're going to complain about Brock Purdy? I mean, you let Brock Purdy walk and you do what? Go do what? I mean, there's nothing out there. I mean, the quarterback position, for whatever reason, the development of the quarterback position in the NFL has ground to a halt, for God's sakes. I mean, and I think that's part of the reason, Larry, why Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield, Daniel Jones, hell, even Geno Smith a couple years ago before he kind of turned into a pumpkin. I think that's a reason why a lot of these guys are getting second and third chances, because there's just not a lot of dudes out there. And so teams are turning to players like Sam Darnold again, like Daniel Jones, like Baker Mayfield, giving them a second, third, and fourth shot. So I think you're a putz if you don't think that Brock Purdy is the right guy for the job. I would love for Brock Purdy to go down and not play in this game. That play he made at the goal line, are you kidding me, against the Bears last night? I mean, unbelievable, dude. So, look at his numbers. The guy's been on fire the last 3 weeks, absolute fire. So I'd be curious to know if there's a dipstick 49er fan that wants to get rid of Brock Purdy. What's your plan to get rid of that guy, to replace him? What's your plan to replace him, smart guy? Because you look around the NFL, and again, 10, 12 teams would cut their hand off to have Brock Purdy playing quarterback for him right now. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. Hey, if you're ripping Brock Purdy, you're a what was the word? Putz? You're a putz.
You're a putz.
I love that. I got to use putz more. I
mean, look at the injuries the guys
putz.
had to deal with, man. Look at the injuries.
I know. It's crazy.
It's ridiculous. I mean, Sam Darnold, I'll tell you, he's been fairly lucky with his injuries. The offensive line, for the most part, has been healthy the entire year. Running back, Charbonnet Walker, been healthy the entire year. Cooper Kupp was banged up a little bit, but they went out and got, Rashid Shaheed to replace him, and they went out and got Torrey Horton, and he was playing okay before he went on the IR. So, not that I'm any kind of Niner apologist here, but my God, I mean, Brock Purdy has way more injuries to deal with than Sam Darnold has. So, I mean, look, we're going to see. We're going to find out Saturday night, what Brock Purdy is all about against a really, really good defense. Because I think part of what I saw Saturday, Larry, and I don't know what your thought is, but part of what I saw Saturday was a bad defense in Chicago, at least not as good as the Seahawks defense. This is an elite defense. These guys are really good. They are really good, man. I mean, it's gotten to a point now with us in Seattle where we expect this defense to lead the way every single freaking week. Every single week we expect this defense to hold teams to the high teens, low 20s at the most. And I think you're going to see an elite defense in person on Saturday, and I'm curious to see how you guys respond.
Oh, I know. It's going to be very, very interesting. If the Seahawks win, I would imagine they're going to win because of their defense. If the Seahawks
100%.
lose, Dave, if they lose, why will they lose?
They'll lose because Sam Darnold gives away the football near his own goal line. He'll fumble the ball, he'll get sacked, and he'll lose the football, and he'll give short fields to Brock Purdy. In San Francisco, they'll lose because they can't run the ball, which consistently has been typically a problem for them in general terms. Yeah, there's been days like the Carolina game where the run game was good, but generally they've had a harder time running the ball this year than they have throwing the ball. I mean, I just think they are who they are right now. You know, they're a team that's not very good at running the football, mediocre at best at running the ball, and they've got a problem with their quarterback giving the football away. So, you know, look, man, I mean, this is a football team that is so good on defense that Sam Darnold threw 4 interceptions against the Rams 2 weeks ago, and they were a 61-yard field goal away from winning the game. They had no right to be in that game, none, against a really good team. That was a month ago. That was the first game against the Rams. 4 picks, and Jason Myers misses a 61-yard field goal that probably should have been closer, but they had some clock management stuff that they messed up on that final drive. That was Rashid Shaheed's, I think, first game as a Hawk, and they had some problems getting them lined up properly in the fourth quarter. That led to them kind of, being a little bit off with their clock management. But that's how good this defense is, that they've been able to overcome Sam Darnold giving the football away, and they still are 6-1 in their last 7 games, man. So if they're going to lose, they're going to lose because their quarterback gives the ball away and they can't run the ball, period.
Yeah, awesome to rip to. Are you coming out?
No,
are you going to be there Saturday?
But I'm going to save my money for another game at Levi's Stadium in February. I'll come down for that one.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, what's
Dave,
that going to be like? Honestly, what's that going to feel like if the Seahawks play in the Super Bowl at Levi's Stadium and thousands of Seahawks fans are invading Santa Clara and San Francisco for the Super Bowl, and we win the game, and then they plant their flag on the 50-yard line of that stadium? How's that going to feel for Niner fans?
Yeah, that's not going to be good, but I don't anticipate that happening.
Really? Why not?
No, I really.
Why wouldn't you anticipate that happening?
Because I don't believe in Sam Darnold. The same reason that Sam Darnold, I didn't like him at SC. The same reason I didn't love him when he was here. He turns the ball over a lot. And the bigger the game, it seems like the more he struggles. Last one on the way out.
He's also won 27 games in 2 years, by the way, Larry.
I know, he's good. He's got some
27
talent.
games in 2 years.
He's got the best receiver going. Seattle's number 2 in points. They're number 2 in points allowed. So they statistically, they look like the team. If I say to you, Dave, Super Bowl 60, how do you see the playoffs? Do you see Seattle rampaging? Do you see another team that you fear in the NFC? And who do you like in the AFC? Give me your thoughts on the playoffs.
I don't fear anybody in the NFL. I think the parity in the NFL is about as good as it's ever been. I mean, the NFL does, Larry, as you know, the NFL does parity better than anybody, right? I mean, from year to year, everybody getting a shot. This is not like baseball or the NBA or whatever, but this is ludicrous what's happening right now. I mean, I could see in the NFC, I could see the Niners, I could see the Seahawks, I could see LA, I could see Chicago, I could see Philadelphia getting their act together and getting hot. In the AFC, I could see Denver, I could see Buffalo. Honestly, if the Ravens can find a way to get in, I could see them finding a way to get hot. I could definitely see the Patriots making a run. There's probably 8 or 9 teams that I could see Denver literally playing in the Super Bowl. The only division I don't think has any shot of getting anybody there is the NFC South. I mean, Carolina, we saw them up close and personal on Sunday. They're terrible. They're not a good football team. They look to me like a team that was in first place because the rest of the division stinks. and that's exactly what that's reality. So that's the only division in the NFL, honestly, where I would be very surprised if their champion made the Super Bowl. So it's wide open. It's as wide open as it's ever been in my life, I think, in the NFL. And if you're writing off the Seahawks because you don't believe in Sam Darnold, I'll just say this, that you got every right to feel that way. There's a lot of logic, Larry, behind that opinion. Normally your opinions don't have any logic at all, but that one does have some logic. But I will just tell you this, that this defense might be so good. Honestly, dude, this defense in Seattle might be so good that it might not matter what Sam Darnold looks like.
Wow. Here's a $100 bill. You're in the middle of a casino. You have to pick an AFC team and an NFC team. One. Who you going? Who's getting the money?
I'd take the Hawks because of their defense in the NFC, and I'm still going to take the Buffalo Bills in the AFC.
Wow, you're a real believer in the Bills.
Yeah, we'll take Buffalo.
Wow. I'm going Niners, Pats.
The other night, that loss the other night might be the best thing for him. The Eagles loss.
Well, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I don't like his defense. I don't like his weapons. I think Josh Allen is a great quarterback that's not surrounded by a lot. But I do have great respect for Josh, and he could elevate for sure. Got great respect for you too, Dave. I appreciate you jumping on my radio show here. We appreciate you on KMBR. I'm sure that your phone's going to be ringing. There's multiple stations. There's multiple. Everybody's going to want a bite of Dave Softy Mahler. I'm just glad as Gary used to say, we got there first. We got there first.
Fine. You got there first, but it's been so long you don't even remember it. So what's that worth to you? Honestly,
all right, brother.
You were what? The last time they won a title, you were what? 45, 50 years old?
Last time it was 1995 and I was 25.
94, right?
94 season, February. I was 25. I was born in 70.
25.
Yeah, so I'm 55 now. It's been 30 years.
Look at you now. You're sitting here in the middle of the night talking to Dave Softy Mahler.
It's not the middle of the night. And look at this.
Where your career's gone.
Hey, I got through this entire interview, no references to the Princess Leia and the Star Wars action figures and all that crap that you got at your house. We uncovered the real Dave Softy Mahler on YouTube once upon a time. How's the Star Wars collection coming? Any new items for Christmas?
No, nothing new. No, I've basically been told by my wife that I got to grow up. So
that's awesome. All right, brother. Hey, man, nothing but love. Happy New Year. You guys are going down in a big, bad way Saturday night. Enjoy it on the tube.
All right, bud. We'll talk soon.
We'll talk soon. Dave Softy Mahler, who's the host of the Softy and Dick Show, and I'm not joking. That's the name of his show on KJR, the king of Seattle, stopping by. All right, we've got more straight ahead. What do you think? Give me your thoughts. What did you think of the game last night? Do you like my Super Bowl pick? I'm going Niners, Pats, and I feel confident about the Niners' ability to beat the Seahawks Saturday night. Bring on Sam Darnold. All right, your calls if you want to jump in. 808 KMBR, the number. We'll have more next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
After the conclusion of Warriors and Nets tonight, don't miss Dubs OT with JD. Sean Dickinson. He'll have all the postgame sound, stats, and Kyle Har will make a cameo.
Yeah, happy holidays. Good to be with you, too.
Tune into KNBR tonight for the best Warriors postgame show in the Bay. All on KNBR, the
Pat Spencer is tough as nails.
Leader.
This is where you get your faithful fix. Niners Nightly with Larry Krueger keeps rolling on KNBR, the sports leader.
And we keep it rolling, as the voice of God just said. Welcome back. It's Niners Nightly on the sports leader. I hope you enjoyed Dave Softy Mahler. Question mark? Enjoyed? Were you entertained by Dave Softy Mahler? Once again, question mark. Or were you annoyed by Dave Softy Mahler, like I am and like many I'm sure of you are? Always good to talk to Dave. He's a radio veteran. As Gary used to like to say, he's a veteran radio performer. And Dave's a really nice guy, but he sounds like a jerk on the air. But don't we all from time to time? But he feels good. He feels good. He's feeling good about his Hawks, and they got a great defense. And the Niners don't have a very good defense. But the Niners have a kind of a magic carpet ride thing going. And I don't know, if it's going to continue or not. But this Seahawks team is good. Don't get me wrong. It's not like I don't respect Seattle. I do respect Seattle. But their offensive line's a little banged up. Charles Cross, their first-round pick, their starting left tackle, he's out. So they don't have to worry about Cross. They're not necessarily 100% in the secondary either. Kobe Bryant, the free safety, he's been out with an injury. Eman Wari and Joe both got nicked up. Love had missed some time. So they're a little banged up in the secondary, though they may only be down Kobe Bryant. As far as who's going to play, who's not going to play. McDonald's a really good defensive coordinator. There's no question about it. And to me, the guy up front that you really got to make sure you block is Leonard Williams. Leonard Williams was a great player at SC, and he's been a great player in the NFL. He's just a big old dude that wrecks shop in the middle, and he can do it all. He can stop the run. He can rush the passer. He can split doubles. He plays with leverage, plays, low. He's a guy that can be a real menace to your run game, but then he can also throw away linemen and steamroll backs and, absolutely dominate the quarterback and rush the quarterback as well. So that's the guy, big number 99. They have Byron Murphy, first-round pick out of Texas. They got Leonard Williams, and they got big Jaron Reed. So they got a huge front, and then they've got DeMarcus Lawrence as their rush linebacker. Ernest Jones, they brought in from Tennessee. He's their leading tackler. He wears the green dot. Then they have Yashena Nwosu, and Drake Thomas at linebacker. And Thomas is interesting because he's kind of come out of nowhere. And Dave was like, "Have you even heard of Drake Thomas?" He played at NC State. He's 5'11", about 230, super try-hard guy, but he just shows up at the ball. He plays their weak side linebacker spot. He's damn good. They also have Tyrese Knight from UTEP. They'll bring Boye Mafe off the edge sometimes. Mafe's got a great first step. He's a free agent. But the real talent, I think, in the secondary, it's funny, the Niners and the Seahawks in the same division, they both believe in loading up on defense, and yet the Seahawks always believed in building from back to front. And the 49ers have always believed the exact opposite, build from front to back. And so the 49ers investment, they invest in Javon Hargrave. They invested in defensive tackles, defensive linemen. The Niners go with a lot of defensive linemen in the first round of the draft. The Seahawks are the opposite. They drafted Nick Emanwari in round 2. They took Julian Love. They signed Julian Love away from the New York Giants. They drafted Devin Witherspoon in the first round out of Illinois. I mean, they are looking to build up that secondary, and they've got some of the best players in the league back there. I mean, let's be totally honest. I hate the Seahawks, but Witherspoon's as good as any corner there is. Julian Love is just a playmaking machine. He's always been that player, going back to Notre Dame. Kobe Bryant is a corner who won the Thorpe Award in college, and he's now a free safety. He's out, as I said, so they're leaning on a guy, an FCS player by the name of Ty Okada. And Okada went to Montana State and is just one of these try-hard, self-made players. But he's around the ball, and he's heady. He's smart. He knows what to do. Josh Jobe has been a phenomenal addition for them. He starts at right corner opposite Witherspoon. And then Emanwari. Emanwari is the freak of freaks, and he's an awesome talent. He's 6'3", 220. He runs in the 4.3s. The guy can do it all. He can play corner, he can play nickel, play safety, play linebacker, probably rush the passer if you needed him to. He's just an absolute beast and one of the greatest athletes we've seen. And the Seahawks were smart, and they drafted him early. There was a lot of talk of, can they coach him up? He was really raw. He had some rough edges. And McDonald is a terrific defensive coach, and he has polished him into an unbelievable gem of a player. So Nick Emanwari, I mean, he can run with your receivers, and he can, blow up your running back. I mean, he's just an absolute freak. So, and then Reek Woolen is a gigantic corner. He's like 6'4". He's a free agent at the end of the year, but he's a hell of a talent. So they're pretty stacked. Now, they're not Legion of Boom defense. It's not an all-timer, but it's a really good defense, and they're second in the league in points allowed. But the big surprise is that they're second in the league in points scored. And JSN is obviously incredible. Probably the best receiver there is right now. I mean, the way he's playing, he's playing better than Jamar Chase. He's playing better than Justin Jefferson. I mean, he's an amazing player. I had him on my fantasy team this year. He was a lock for like 20 points every week. I mean, the guy just gets the ball over and over and over and over again. Then they traded with the Saints at the deadline. John Schneider picked up Rashid Shaheed, and Shaheed's given him a real lift, not just from scrimmage, but also on special teams. When they go 3 wide, they've got the great veteran Cooper Kupp, who is still very crafty, a very difficult corner. They drafted Gray Zabel out of North Dakota State. He's been their starter at left guard, and he has been really, really good. You're looking back on it, you could make an argument maybe the Niners should have invested in Gray Zabel. But the Seahawks did, I think, in the late teens, 17, 18, somewhere in there, and he stepped in at left guard. He's been fantastic. They got a young center. Olu Oluwatimi has lost his job to Jalen Sundell, and Sundell is their starter at center. And then Bradford, Big Anthony Bradford's the right guard. Abraham Lucas, the right tackle. Former third round pick was Lucas. He's pretty solid. So their O-line's just pretty good. It's not great. It's pretty good. And without Cross, I think you could put some pressure potentially on Sam Darnold. Now, Robert Saleh is going to have to figure it out because, the Niners just don't have enough. They just don't have enough. They don't have enough. And so it's going to take a real tough It's going to take a real good effort from Robert Saleh. All right, let's take a timeout. We'll come back with more. JD getting it warmed up for Just Dubs around the corner on the Sports Leader.
faithful. Time to make some Niners noise on Niners Nightly with Larry Krueger on your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR, the sports leader.
Now you're one win away from the bye in the first seed. What did you say to the guys in the locker room afterwards?
I mean, we've earned this. This is the game that we want. We love that it's here. We'd love an opportunity to never leave here again this year, and we got that opportunity Saturday night.
Welcome back. Kyle Shanahan there. It's Niners Nightly. Larry Krueger with you on a Monday, getting ready to hand the reins over to JD, who's going to do a little Just Dubs Warrior postgame edition. Warriors right now in Brooklyn up 10 inside of a minute to play. So it looks like Golden State's going to win. We'll see, man, unless there's some incredible comeback. But looks like Golden State is going to win the game. And JD will take your phone calls and talk more about it coming up here at 808 KNBR. Give him your full attention. By the way, the Monday Night Football game, a lot of people say, who's the best team in the NFL? And a bunch of people would probably say Rams. Oh, yeah, the Rams. The Rams are getting their doors blown off right now. It's 21-3 Falcons. Kirk Cousins and the boys are looking like they're going to hand the Rams their fifth loss of the year. 8 minutes and change left in the third quarter. Rams have 3 points. So, I mean, it's the way you play the day you play. It's just really as simple as that. And these games aren't played on paper. So you got to actually show up and do it. And as far as the 49ers, I understand why Dave's feeling good about Seattle, and he should feel good about Seattle. But the Niners beat Seattle already 17-13. And yeah, was it a shootout? Did they put up 40? No. And that Niner defense is better than the Niner defense that's going to take the field Saturday night for sure. So the 49ers are going to have to get some breaks, but they're playing at home. They're going to, they're going to have to get a turnover. But guess what? Sam Darnold almost specializes in turnovers, especially in big moments. So it's anybody's ball game. And you heard Kyle say it right there. He's happy that they got this game at home, and bring on the Seahawks, and let's see where this thing goes. By the way, Kyle Shanahan's Coach of the Year odds went up dramatically in the last 24 hours. I don't know if you guys saw that. Vrabel is the favorite at plus 120, but Shanahan is now the second choice at plus 150. Mike McDonald is the third choice at plus 700. Ben Johnson, nowhere to be seen. And you could make an argument that Johnson's done an incredible job. So Adam Schefter said Fred Warner is a long shot to play again this year, which I kind of think is probably the case, though I did see Fred walking out of the stadium last night, and he had a big smile on his face, and I think he's feeling better. But, it's a tall ask to get him to come back this year. It just seems unrealistic. Schefter also reported that the Niners may have to go without Trent Williams, and it may be Austin Pleasance going up against Seattle's vaunted front. So that's something to watch for. I think George Kittle, who's got the low to mid ankle sprain, probably makes it back for this game, especially with so much on the line. I just think Kittle, who didn't give it a go last week in practice, they tried to rest him as much as possible. I think they always intended to go with Tonjes, and Tonjes is really good. But Kittle is a dominant run player and pass. He's not just a receiver. He's an awesome run blocker. And Tonjes is not on that level. So they need Fred, or they need George bad, because they need to run the ball in this game. They badly need to run the ball in this game. I did find it interesting that Colin Cowherd, who's always negative Purdy, he's always just, Purdy's a product of Shanahan. Now he's like, hey, Brock looks pretty good. So we'll see. It's funny. It's like the I think the prevailing wisdom is that somehow the Niners and Shanahan and the weapons were elevating Brock Purdy. I think we are finding out over time that it's really the opposite. That it's Brock Purdy who's elevating Shanahan. It's Brock Purdy who's elevating these weapons. It's Brock Purdy that's elevating this football team. He's not along for the ride. He's driving the bus. And if you can't see that, I can't help you. By the way, Curtis Rourke's window, 3-week practice squad window, opened and closed. So they officially put him on the NFI list. So he is officially done for the year. So we won't see Rourke anymore this year. All right, that is going to do it for us. JD is next. He's got Warrior post game. Keep him some company. Give him a call. We'll see you on Saturday for 49er Forecast at 10 a.m. Until then, have a phenomenal week. If I don't talk to you, have a phenomenal New Year's Eve. Be safe out there. Enjoy JD. He's next. Thanks to Kyle Hard. Thanks to Dave, Softy, Mahler, and thanks to you guys. And have a great night. We'll see you on Saturday on the Sports Leader.